call the 1557th meeting of the General Student Senate to order. Just to preface, this meeting is recorded. I will begin with the land acknowledgements. The University of Maine student government recognizes that it is located on Marsh Island in the homeland of the Penobscot Nation. The issues of water and territorial rights and encroachment upon sacred sites are ongoing. Penobscot homeland is connected to the other Wabanaki tribal nations, the Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, and Micmac, through kinship, alliances, and diplomacy. The University of Maine student government also recognizes that the Penobscot Nation and other Wabanaki tribal nations are distinct, sovereign, legal, and political entities with their own powers of self-governance and self-determination. Next, the clerk will call the roll.
Ethan Crawford.
Here.
Cynthia Summerline. Here. Dave Penn.
Here.
Memphis Peterson.
Here.
Jordan Thompson.
Here.
Neil Rockney.
Here.
Kate Kemper.
Excuse.
Hayden Boswell.
It's.
Samuel Brown.
Here.
Callie Warren. Here. Elizabeth Oldfield.
Excuse.
Josh Coe.
Here.
Zoe Sankovitz. Here. Vassar Harvey.
Here.
James Reader Seward.
Here.
Spo Mishu.
Here.
Meredith Waters. Here. Darren Martone.
Here.
Kyle Richter. Sean Jernigan.
Here.
Tim Bogarts. Madeline Howard. Michael Delorge.
Here.
Deacon Tripp.
Here.
Kate Allen. Here. Miles Moore.
Here.
Julian Over. Here. Jacob Chaplin.
Here.
Hope Carroll. Here. Camden Olson.
Here.
Olivia Britton. Here. Riley Mills.
Here.
Tristan Bryan.
Proxy.
Amanda Levesque. Here. Jacob Harquist.
Here.
Hannah Blanchett. Here. Natalie Pullen. Here. John Guzman. Emery Clifford. Cass Valea. Here. Dylan DeMarco. Here. Danny Tanaka.
Here.
Lori Tedesco. Here.
I'm now looking for approval of the 2024 minutes and this agenda. Vice President-elect Peterson.
I move to approve the 3/26/2024 minutes and this agenda.
Second. If that's the pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. Skipping Robert's rules, skip of the week, we will now move into general good and welfare. Any non-member may address the GSS for not more than 5 minutes. Seeing none and seeing no new senators and no club maintenance, we'll now move on to club presentation, starting with Franco-American Resource Opportunity Group. Do we have a presenter?
And I do have a slideshow. I'm wondering if I can connect to the screen.
You can email it to our Director of Technology.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And the podium you'll be sending out is the other one. It's my bad.
Oh,
sorry.
gotcha. Sorry, first one.
Should have made that clear.
Yes. And who am I sending that to again?
You can send it to me. It's just Riley.Mills.
Riley.Mills.
Yeah, RILEY. And if anyone else has club presentations, feel free to also email those to me.
Excuse me.
All right, that is sent.
Okay, awesome. And whenever you want me to go next slide, feel free, just let me know.
All right, it's up. All right, hey, student government, my name is Alex Emery and I'm here on behalf of the Franco-American Resource Opportunity Group. Just have a quick slideshow to share about our trip to Montreal, which happened from February 16th to 19th. Thank you all for funding this and helping us to get our hotel. You can skip to the slide. So because of this generous donation of $3,134.90, we were able to afford a hotel, located on Rue Saint-Hubert, which was the Quality Inn, hotel. It was a beautiful stay for for that 4-day duration. It was really cold outside, so being able to go back there with that fire, it was really pleasant. Skip ahead. Yeah, and so while we were there, we enjoyed some, fantastic meals, like we had a ton of poutine, des crêpes, and, de cafe, a lot of cafe. And, it was, very nice. You can skip on to the next slide. And, we also went to, a lot of different, different places. Notebook, but some of them include a museum of illusions, La Basilique Notre-Dame de Montréal, which you can see on the bottom left. This beautiful church, and the Musée des Beaux-Arts, which you can see in the upper right-hand corner. That's Tanya, pointing in front of a statue, and it was, just a really incredible opportunity to get a whole body of students. I think it was about 12 to 15 of us, which went, just giving them exposure to, the Franco-American world, and it was really incredible. And then I believe that's it.
Thank you. We usually do a little thing of questions if you are open.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, so do we have any questions for our speaker or presenter? Vice President Ober.
What was your favorite part of the trip?
Oh, it was definitely the food. Really, I got a rack of lambs, for lunch one day, which was absolutely phenomenal. Costed an arm and a leg, but we don't go to Montreal every weekend, so water there, you enjoy it. Cool. Any other questions?
Yeah, any other questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you so much for presenting. Right. Seeing no guest speaker, we will now move into Senator Waters.
To skip reports.
Suspend rules.
Suspend the rules to skip reports.
If that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussion on the motion. Debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that's adopted. All right, so just to preface that, I have a document that most of the report should be into. So if anybody who's not already in the Senate space, and I believe I did forward it to Sophia from the Maine campus, I don't know if she's here, but if anybody else wants that, just email me and I can send it to you as well. We will now be skipping all of the reports and move into the consent agenda. Vice President-elect Peterson.
I move to suspend the rules and start the 5-minute recess.
All right, if that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We will now move into a period for discussion. Debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing the majority in the affirmative, that's adopted. I am now looking for approval of the consent agenda. VP-elect Peterson.
I move to approve the consent.
Section. If that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into unfinished business, starting with 45S EBC 043, and act to allocate funds to the men's rugby club for $4,050. Do we have a presenter? Perfect.
Right. I'm Mikey, I'm the president of the rugby club, and this is the proposed budget for our trip to nationals this spring. So yeah, the total was $4,610, but then we took a room off, I think, but this is what happened. It's a little bit lower now. We had the request was just for lodging and rentals to get down to DC where the event is held. And yeah. Questions?
Yeah, do we have any questions for our speaker? Senator Harvey.
How many people are going? We haven't got a number exactly ironed out yet, but it's probably gonna be like low 20s, depending on like injuries and everything that kind of event.
Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
600 also pass as amended.
VP-elect Peterson.
I move to approve the committee's recommendation.
Second.
If that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussion. Vice President Allen.
This club was, they came back in the fall for additional funding for regionals and nationals. They ended up returning the money that they received for nationals because they unfortunately didn't make it. But they did gain additional funding from student government for their regionals tournament in addition to their tier funding in the fall.
Any other points for discussion? Points for debate? Senator Waters?
Anyone on EBC can answer this. What were the amendments made to this specific financial request?
We struck one room. They mentioned that we're also gonna bring water boys. And we felt that like the rooms for the water boys were not included as part of like their team and the members that like pay for it. So,
Any other points for debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. We'll now move on to 45S EBC 054, an act to allocate funds to the Alpha Omicron Pi and the Penn Hellenic Council for the Collins Center of the Arts Rental. Do we have a speaker?
Hi, I'm Maggie. I'm the philanthropy chair. I'm the one creating this event. So Mr. Curry is our annual philanthropy event that we raise money with all the fraternities in good standing with IFC are able to submit a talent, and we raise funds for the Our Friends Foundation, which is our national philanthropy. We are asking for the money to fund the CCA, which includes like the staff, the proper safety people, like crowd managers and police and safety officers, and then the equipment for it as well, like microphones and stage monitors. Any question?
Yeah, do we have any questions for our speaker? VP elect Peterson,
When is this event being held?
It's tomorrow at 7 p.m.
any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
600 odds of pass.
Looking for approval, Senator Martone.
I move to accept the committee's recommendations.
Second.
If that's the pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussions. Vice President Chaplin.
Actually, a question if that's okay. Sure. Is that the whole rental for the CCA or are you guys
Yes.
paying for part of it too?
That's the whole rental. They just counted it for us for our event.
How'd you guys get a discount?
She had done it in the past for us just because I think it's for a student organization. I called her this morning and she said that she was going to discount it for us.
Advisor Stelco.
It's because it's a charity event.
Any further points for discussion? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. We'll now move on to 45S EBC 055, an act to allocate funds to the Student Symposium Committee, for 3,500. Speaker. Perfect.
Hi, everyone. I know that you've probably heard me talking about this event for the entire semester and year at this point. This resolution is to have student government for funding our own presence at the event. Cougar and their side that runs UMSS has, said that they would give us tables and they would give us an area at the event if we wanted to have a presence there. And this is to fund food, which has never been a thing that undergraduate presenters and attendees have been able to have at the event. At least while I've been going, and from what I've heard from everybody else who's been doing it for 4 years at this point. And also $1,000 for printing aid, because I've been notified of some students in years past who find it a hard time. It's $50 after you put in a bunch of work. And a lot of students who don't work through a department and who just fund their own and work on their own research, it's kind of like a passion project, may not, anticipate, or they may not be able to fund it. They might have been looking for scholarships. And so this is just $1,000 allocated, which is about 20 students that would be able to help get just their poster printed. If they can't find any other options for it, they must go to Mindy over at Cougar. She runs their side of the symposium things. And they also must meet with me. I've talked with Sean. We've worked out the way to do it. We just write a check directly to printing services. There's no way that they could use the funds for anything else.
All right, do we have any questions for the speaker? Vice President Allen.
Never mind, sorry.
Any other questions? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
501 ought to pass as amended.
I don't think that's right.
No, it's not, sorry.
3-0.
Oh, it's 303 ought to pass as amended, sorry, my bad.
like Peterson?
I move to accept the committee's recommendation.
If that's the pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussion. I'd like to move over.
Point of information for Vice President Allen. Last year, how much did we contribute to Cougar Symposium?
I can look up the exact amount, but I believe it's around 3 or 4,000. Give me 1 second. Someone else up here.
Any other, Vice President Milberg?
This is just a point of discussion while we get on.
Yep.
That's my thing. We, as student government, wrote, well, Vice President Allen, I believe, wrote the letter and we all, like signed off on it, as well as GSG, that we were not interested in funding the Cougar Symposium because we felt that as a student government that the university should really be funding these kinds of things. And so that was passed last year in the last spring semester, and then we passed again a newly revised letter this year. Because we do not want to fund Cougar as a general student.
Any other points for discussion? Phoebe Chaplin?
This isn't funding Cougar. This would be funding a student government presence at the event to support students. And as well as the fact that we passed that letter in the beginning of the year, we also created a special committee to come up with this exact kind of thing and work with students and Cougar to see the best way that we could support students at this event.
Any other points for discussion? Vice President Allen?
It was $4,082.49.
Any other points for discussion? Moving on to debate, Vice President Milberg.
I absolutely respect the work that Senator Bone has put into this project, and I, love that student government is engaging with the symposium, and I think that we should in some way engage in the symposium. But I think funding food for students who are required to be there from, I think, 9 a.m. to 3:15, and kind of bailing out the university in terms of paying for the printing aids is just not something. I think if we really want to stand by our letter and take a stand that this is not necessarily the way to do it, though I do agree that I'd love to see like a student government presence there. I think $3,500 is way too close to what we ended up spending last year, which was our whole big battle that we wanted to kind of attribute this, or not attribute, like push against this year. And I think this in a way is just us following what we did last year, but with like a fancier, we feel better because it feels more like our own, but in a way, we're still bailing out the university.
Other points for debate, Senator Waters.
I've already seen posters for this event around campus, maybe not this one, but that have student government's logo on it associated with the symposium, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's is that for this event?
It's for the symposium as a whole, but more specifically, there is a student success panel where like recipients of the previous scholarship that we handed out to students, they said they'd be interested in being undergraduate successful students that are available for like a panel and discussion time. And so that's what it's mostly for.
All right, sorry, that was a question, not debate.
That's okay. Any other points for debate? Chairman Olson.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How will students know that their money is going to food and to printing? I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the project, but like the money is to allocate funds for printing aid and for food. But how do students know that it's like student government providing printing aid and the food? Is there like a plan of
The
like?
student who gets printing aid must come to me and like under the guise of me being the chair of student government's like student symposium committee.
Yeah.
And all the food will be in an area with big tents and big signs that all have the student government logo on it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Just curious. President Delors.
I think that last year when Vice President Allen and I and a couple other executives were put in a position where we had to fund Cougar according to them or it wouldn't happen. It was really frustrating. And that's why we led the charge this year to make sure that that didn't happen again. But I think that this is a completely different situation. Student government and this organization all year has spent time and effort and energy establishing a special committee on Cougar so we can have not just a student government presence at the symposium, but a student presence at the symposium. And Senator Bohm's done a lot of work on that this year. I think he's done a really good job. And this is the solution that he and his committee came up with to provide a more student-centered spotlight on the event. So as a presenter, the past 2 years, with food not being provided, and also Cougar not requesting money for student food, I think this is the least we can do to make the event more student-focused. And I think this is how we support students. And Senator Bohm's gonna do all of the work for funding the food, choosing the food. This is a student-led initiative and has nothing to do with Cougar. So I'd like to kind of dispel the notion that we're funding Cougar by doing this, because I do not think that's true at all. This is an organizational-led effort by students.
Representative Blaya.
Well, I know there are some concerns about like bailing out the university. I think especially the focus on this being food and printing aid does not really benefit what the university gets out of this, but purely benefits the student experience, which I think is sort of the thing the student government should be focusing on helping. Is like, if we don't fund the food, the university will still get to benefit off of the research, but the students will have a worse time because they won't have the food. So I think, despite the concerns that this particular event, I think we should pass.
Senator Ricker.
Just a clarifying question, how many students does this food like provide for, assuming everyone at the symposium comes and eats together?
The current number of abstracts that were submitted were a little under 500. And last year there was a 50% split between like undergraduate and graduate. And the total event attendance was almost 1,500 people. So it's a bit less than last year. So I'm guessing that there's going to be like 1,000 people in total and half of them, so about 500 undergraduate students.
Senator Rishi.
I think it'd be ironic or the contradictory if we didn't fund this because we fund food for ourselves every week. I think the student symposium should be able to eat because it goes right into the lunch period. And I personally eat my lunch.
Vice President Chaplin.
I also think, like, going off of what President Bloor said, I do think this is completely separate from what the other requests were. Because like, for first off, like, when we say like, voting this down to take a stand, taking a stand against who? Cougar's not asking for this. Cougar didn't start this initiative at all. This is based on student need. And also, if we want to take a stand and say that the university should fund food for students, let's show them that it's a need for students. Let's buy a bunch of food for the students this year, support them, show how successful it is, show how it's something that these students really want, and then go to them and advocate afterwards, just like we were doing with the other cheer initiative in the beginning of this year. I think that's the best way for us to do advocacy and take a stand, not voting down a student-run initiative.
Senator Waters.
I think that, I'm the biggest university critic and skeptic typically, but with this, I think that we have to put students first. That's what our organization is. We act as a student union that advocates for students, and at its best, we enable students to advocate for themselves. And we wouldn't be putting students first if we put this down on principle, as much as I would like to.
Any new points of debate? All right, Senator Mara.
I think that I agree that it is kind of ridiculous that this isn't getting university funding. This is our student activity fee at work. This is directly giving back to students.
New points of debate. Senator Rocky.
I think this is still a bailout for the university, despite the fact that presenters are required to be there, like as part of my contract, whatever, I have to go to them. But, so I mean, by funding the printing in that regard, I think we are absolving the university of that responsibility, which isn't necessarily our duty, but at the same time, sorry to repeat, but we shouldn't vote it down on principle because that does nothing but hurt the students, so I think we should pass regardless, but I still think the bill.
Senator Thompson.
It's very typical for students to have to pay to be in the symposium. These are usually passion products. Funding the printing is not giving the university an excuse, it's just helping students who couldn't afford it otherwise.
Any new points of debate?
Vice President Over.
Cougar didn't have to submit a funding request for food or for printing this year because we had this special committee that instead submitted the request, not maybe for them, but in a way on their behalf. I understand that it would suck for students to not have food, and that's not what I'm advocating for. But I'm just saying it is still in a way a bailout. Last year they came for like posters, this year it's printing paper funds. And so I'm not necessarily saying tank it, I'm just letting you know it's frustrating that we tried to take a stand and now this is kind of our Cougar's, in my opinion, Cougar's way of shifting that onto us so that we feel like we have more of a stake in it, when really Cougar and the university should be funding food and they should be funding printing, period.
Representative DeMarco.
In relation to what Representative Chaplin and other members of the Senate have mentioned, excuse me, sorry, Vice President Chaplin and other members of the GFF, having food on Cougar as one person had mentioned that it's a requirement to stay on Cougar. Some people would not be able to move away from this event to go get food because they have people around and those kind of things. And sometimes, there are events where people are busy and they aren't able to get food. I'm one of those people. I have a busy day and I don't get anything to eat. It sucks. I run on fumes, and I think honestly, it's the least that we can do is give students food. And then again, if we see the big impact that students have, if all the food is gone, then that shows to the university that they need it. And it shows to us that we were able to support them. Because again, student government, we're supposed to advocate for them, we're also supposed to support our students. Shouldn't that be important for this?
Vice President Allen.
Just a point of privilege, since I've been in student government, Cougar has not asked for food for undergraduate students. They have asked us to pay for food for judges and people who aren't undergrads, and they've also never asked for printing. They've asked for easels, but this would be the physical papers to print the posters. So these two line items are things that Cougar has never asked for before.
Any new points of debate? Once, going twice. Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. No main motion, Senator Crawford.
I motion to suspend the rules to consider 45S EDC 400326/2024 for the American Chemical Engineers Society.
So I hear a second. Right. If that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussion on the suspension of the rules. Senator Bone.
Your presenter here at the moment.
Yes. It's my fault they're not.
All right. Any other points for discussion? Debate? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative. Will we now, sorry, give me a second. All right, what is it for? Who is it for?
Take it away.
It's from the American Institutes of Chemical Engineers.
Great, would you like to take this thing?
Yes, I'd love to.
Sorry, that was just quick. Okay.
Hi, we're all representatives from the American Institute of Chemical Engineers. And we're hosting our regionals conference this year. And so we put in a funding request to pay for all the members of our chapter who are interested in attending this event for paying for their registration. Or this is requesting to pay for the registration fees. So this was originally $64 per person, and we have 17 members of our chapter who are interested in attending.
And this is basically just food costs. So when presenting from the EBC, it was reduced to $1,062.50. Due to the $2.50 per person per meal requirement. So yeah, that's our funding request.
Do we have any questions for the speakers? Going once, twice. What is the committee's recommendation?
700 ought to pass as amended.
Speaking like Peterson?
I move to approve the committee's recommendation.
If that's pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted. We'll now move into a period for discussion. Vice President Allen.
Just some quick context, they were scheduled to come last week, but they had a scheduling conflict, so they got moved to this week, and I forgot to tell Jeff, which is why they weren't on the agenda, and I apologize for that.
Any other points for debate? VP like Peterson?
Point for discussion,
Discussion, my bad.
for Vice President Allen, one for you.
It was just, they asked for $1,088, and it was just over the $12.50 per meal per person. So we had to amend it down to the current total, which is just like a couple dollars less than what they asked for, because it's essentially for 5 meals.
Any other points for discussion? Seeing none, points for debate. VP Allen?
They didn't really touch on this in their presentation, but they're hosting a conference for like chapters like theirs across New England, right? Yep, across New England. And they're like obviously giving themselves a discount on registration. Other schools have to pay more. But they're putting in a lot of work to run the student-led conference, and this is something that I think that we should support.
Any other points for debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed, all those abstaining, seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Seeing no main motion and no executive session, we will now move into special orders and announcements. Any member of UMSG may address the GSS for not more than 5 minutes. Going once, going twice. Seeing none, we will now move into our final roll call. And just in case anybody's confused, the annual budget is a separate meeting that's open after adjournment.
Ethan Crawford. Cynthia Shelmer here. Nate Fang.
Here.
Memphis Peterson.
Here.
Jordan Thompson.
Here.
Neil Rocky.
Here.
Kate Kemper.
Excused.
Peyton Buzzell.
Here.
Samuel Brown.
Here.
Callie Warren. Here. Elizabeth Oldfield. Joshua Bone.
Here.
Scully Stankovitz. Here. Dr. Harvey.
Here.
James Reader Stewart.
Here.
Bowman Coe.
Here.
Meredith Waters. Here. Darren Martone.
Here.
Kyle Ricker. Sean Jernigan.
Here.
Tim Bogart. Madeline Howard. Michael DeLorge. Keegan Tripp.
Here.
Paige Allen. Here. Miles Moore.
Here.
Julian Ober. Here. Jacob Chaplin. Hope Carroll. Here. Ken Middleton.
Here.
Olivia Britton. Here. Riley Mills.
Here.
Tristan Friend.
Roxy.
Amanda Levesque. Here. Jacob Harquist.
Here.
Hannah Blanchett. Here. Natalie Floyd. Here. John Guzman. Emery Clifford. Cass Balea. Here. Dylan DeMerchant.
Here.
Danny Tanaka.
Here.
Lauren Novick. Here.
I am now looking for a motion to elect Peterson.
And the further.
If that's the pleasure of Senate, it's adjourned. All right, I will give everybody a speaking. Should we just roll into it? All right, no recess. We're gonna roll straight into it. We go. What's up here? I call to order the first special meeting of the 45th session, I call the first special meeting of the 45th session of the GSS to order. We will now start with the roll call. Please.
Ethan Crawford. Cynthia Shelmer. Here. Nick Fang.
Here.
Memphis Peterson.
Here.
Jordan Thompson.
Here.
Neil Rocky.
Here.
Kate Kemper.
Excuse.
Peyton Buzzell.
Here.
Samuel Brown.
Here.
Ally Warren. Here. Elizabeth Oldfield.
Excuse.
Joshua Bone.
Here.
Zoe Stankovich. Here. Master Harvey.
Here.
Tim Stewart.
Here.
Naomi Two.
Here.
Meredith Flores. Here. Darren Martello.
Here.
Kyle River.
Here.
Tom Morgan.
Here.
Tim Bogarts. Alan Howard. Michael Delores.
Here.
Keegan Tripp.
Here.
Paige Allen. Here. Miles Moore.
Here.
Julian Over. Here. Jacob Chaplin.
Here.
Hope Carroll. Here. Camden Olson.
Here.
Olivia Britton. Here. Ronnie Mills.
Here.
Tristan Friend.
Dropsy.
Amanda Levesque. Here. Jacob Barquist. Here. Hannah Blanchett. Here. Matt McCullough. Here. Don Guzman. Henry Clifford. Pat Balea. Here. Dylan Merchant. Here. Danny Tanaka.
Here.
Lauren Sedona. Still here.
We will now move into the first line of our annual budget meeting, which is an introduction to the BPFA.
So for anyone who hasn't looked at one of these forms before, they're like 3 pages long. So the first page is just a cover page. The second page is, yeah, the second page, my scanning skills are a little so far. I promise this is one of the worst ones. Like it gets better. And then I stopped copying the signatures around halfway through. So some of them are only 2 pages. But yeah, we're gonna start with Alpine Ski.
My name is Ella Seren. I'm Abby. I'm the treasurer of Alpine Ski. I'm the vice president. We are here to present about our budget today, obviously. We have 19 or 20 undergraduate students that are members. As for training, we only train for about a week in January, so there's no weekly practices. We belong to the USCSA Reynolds Division for our league, which is United States Collegiate Ski Association. And the Reynolds Division is the Maine, New England division. We are tier 2 as of now, and we expect to stay in tier 2. And as for a breakdown of our budget, we are requesting $350 for equipment. And then the rest is for traveling, which is broken down at the top, and it's lodging, renting of vans / vehicles for driving, and then race entry fees for our division.
Yeah, and then scroll, please. Yep, and then do that.
Our total budget comes to 5,000 is what we're requesting. And then for our pay to play, we are requesting $1,000 to fund our on snow training for our January camp, which is the next page. Yep, that's the page as well. It's $200 a day to rent the hill. And we'd be there for 5 days during the week.
All right, questions?
Yes.
Anyone have any questions? No. Then we'll move on to the next one. All right, baseball.
Alex, I'm the vice president of club baseball. We have about 25 undergraduate students on the team. We only can take about 20 when we travel other places. We are a part of the National Club Baseball Association, which comprises of teams from Maine to California, and we're in the New England East Regional. I think we got reclassified last year, so I'm not sure what they reclassified us as. We are currently a tier 2 club, and we expect to stay there for next year.
Can you scroll, Brennan? And then if you just wanna go through your budget.
So our budget breakdown is just for, we have lodging and rentals for travel 3 times a year to play other colleges in New England. So that's what's on the top of the budget. And then we have our league entry fee, which is not very cheap. And then under other, we have umpire fees, which costs a lot. Then under that, we just have non-requested items is the mileage to the schools we have to travel to. And then we do have a pay to play, I believe that we asked for. but-
Yeah, it was tabled till next year.
Yeah, because we don't know what's going on with that.
Exactly, yeah. Anyone have any questions?
Senator Ricker?
Yeah, just pure curiosity, are practices just open or do you try to keep it to 20-ish people to go and travel?
Practices are open. We try to practice twice a week, but without having the dome, we've had 4 practices since October. And we have to play 15 to 20 games in the next 4 weeks. So practices are open, but due to the Maine weather, we don't have practicing very often. Once you hit October, then we don't, it's April and we don't have it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next.
Yep. True.
Hi, I'm Jesse. I'm the president of Crew.
I'm Josh, treasurer.
So Crew is we row the big long boats down on the still water. We have about 20 members in our club right now. We don't, rowing doesn't really have like, forget the word for it, but divisions, I guess. But we are a US rowing sanctioned club. We attend about 4 regattas in the fall. We are tier 1 right now and we expect to stay at tier 1. We're requesting full $10,000 for our budget and most of that goes towards lodging and entry fees for regattas, and also truck rentals to tow our trailer down there. And most of the rest of that is just parts for our boats, so we can fix them on the break.
Questions? All right. The question, I think the next was a question. Keep going. Yes, the question.
Hi, my name is Kai Kelly. I'm the president of the equestrian team.
And I'm Sydney, I'm the acting secretary.
We actively have anywhere between 10 to 20 members every semester. We practice 1 to 3 times a week if treatment allows. We belong to the Intercollegiate Horse Show Association and we are tier 2 right now and we're expected to move up to tier 1. And then we're requesting $10,000 for coverage for our competitions, which includes hotel rentals, van rentals, and entry fees. And then our non-funded section is just mileage for getting to the events.
Questions?
Senator Ricker, I think you mentioned it, but how many members do you have in your club?
Anywhere from 10 to 20 active members.
All right. Next one is field hockey.
I'm Claire. I'm the treasurer for field hockey. We have like 30 members in our club. We are part of the National Field Hockey League. And we travel with probably 20 girls, travel throughout New England at various tournaments and games. And now that we have the new field, we're hoping to have more home games. And we are tier 2, expecting to stay at tier 2. So we are requesting $5,000. And sorry. So what we're requesting is the entry fee for the National Field Hockey League, and vans for any travel, ref fees for different tournaments and games and hotels. And the rest of the non-requestable items are just funded through our dues and fundraising.
I can read it off just because it's like really blurry and I apologize for that. Travel, lodging, totaling $2,800, rentals totaling $2,000, entry fees, $325, balls for equipment, $450, and then rep fees with a total of $5,000. Anyone have any questions? All right. Figure skating.
Can I do it? It should go.
Yes.
We're gonna be here. I'm the vice president of Figure Skating Club, I'm not just. We're gonna be tier 2 next year, so we're requesting $5,000. And then I would have to just read off, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we go to 3 competitions, in 2 in New York and 1 in Massachusetts, so that would be money for travel and registration, as well as equipment. You need to have your skate shop and skate guards to protect your blades. And then also pay to play, we're requesting money because we have to pay for that one.
Yeah, we'll get into this like a bit later on. But the pay to play EBC decided that like special events and games we're gonna be tabled. Of course, when we get into like discussion and debate, someone hypothetically could like undo that. But EBC made the recommendation that games and like special events for pay to play, so like mostly the ice sports, should be tabled until next year. So really the pay to play request as given by EBC is just that top number, and then the bottom 1,000, I believe, is tabled, or it is tabled, I just can't see it from. 720, sorry. Questions? All right. Men's ice hockey.
My name is Aaron Conley. I'm the president. I'm the vice president. So in our club, we have, we're gonna select 28 members. 3 practices every week next year, 2 games per weekend. We're part of 2 leagues, the American Club Hockey Association and the New England Club Hockey Association. We're currently tier 1, playing to stay at tier 1. Our requested items are travel, so lodging, rentals, and league fees, and then refs are, yeah. And then other non-requestable items are the miles, and then we have like jerseys, bags, a lot of stuff, so we look like a team.
And then the pay to play, if you could just scroll 1 more around.
Oh, it's all down there.
It's upside down. That's crazy. Guys, I promise. The pay to play request was total $10,875. The $3,000 for home game ice time was tabled, like I just said. But the practice ice time fees for 3 ices a week, equating to 63 ices throughout the year at $125 per hour is $7,875. Do people have questions? I have a question. How much were your dues this year? And if the pay to play was approved, would your dues go down, and by how much?
So it's kind of very drastic from last year to this year. Last year we had a trip to Florida, which we paid for. Not like, we only had to pay for our flights because the other team was generous enough to pay for everything else. They kind of get a lot more funding than we do, but last year was 2,000, and with the games being paid for, it would be 1,100. Without the games, it's 1,200.
And that's per semester or per year?
Per year.
What school was that hosted?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
Other questions for men's ice hockey? All right. Next we have lacrosse, men's lacrosse.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Keeves. I am the president of the Men's Lacrosse Club. We currently have about 36 members, and we compete in the Men's Collegiate Lacrosse Association. We are currently tier 2 and are going to be staying in tier 2 for next year. Our total requests of $5,000 will go towards helping our traveling schedule. Unfortunately, our league, the teams that we play against are all down in Massachusetts and Connecticut. This budget accounts for 12 games total, even though we will be playing 8 or 9. The reason for that is we don't know if we'll have access to Husson's Field until next year. And then I'd also like to point out, we have shot clocks listed on our budget. They're pretty pricey at about $1,500 for 2 of them. We're gonna hold off on those for now until we heard that there's gonna be a field built in a few years. So we'll tackle that when the field gets here.
And then I think Riley, that's the end of that document, so then you just go to the next one. All right, next is men's rugby, again.
I'm Mikey, I'm president of men's rugby. We have anywhere between 35 to 40 players, and we have 3 practices a week. We are part of NCR, which is the National Collegiate Rugby, and we play in the New England wide college rugby conference, and we're a tier 1 club, playing to stay at tier 1. So our total request is 10,000, and most is going to travel, which we have 7,000 for lodging and almost 6,000 for rentals. And our total for that is 15,000. And then our other is we have a lift program and a VO service, which is a live streaming camera app, so we can live stream our games. That's another 8,000. And so our total budget is 31,000. Questions?
Just to clarify, they're only requesting 10,000 because that's what tier 1 like limits, but these are the areas that hypothetically they could pull from. Which is the same for all the sports. They like allocate out everything that they do, and then if it's approved, they can just pull from those areas dependent on like, you know, if things get wiped out or whatever. Questions? All right. Soccer, men's soccer.
Hello, I'm Mike Knight. I'm the president of Men's Club Soccer. I'm Joe, I'm the treasurer. Our total request is $35.90. Most of that is it's actually spread out pretty evenly. We put in 1 room for overnights, just because we aren't sure if one of our away games is gonna cover. We want to put it in just in case. The vehicles are for our away games that we're gonna have next fall as well. The nurse dues as well. We're in an NEPL tournament right now for the spring league, so it's out of season, but we're still getting touches on the ball. Next fall, we're gonna be in the nurse league again, which is what we normally are in every fall. We put in for 30 new soccer balls and 24 new pennies because both of those equipments are before my time and they're getting a little raggedy. I think it's time for an upgrade. The referees, pretty straightforward, need them for games. The gas, we budgeted out for any kind of away game that we're gonna have next year. So that would be the total gas that we need, and it comes out to the total, as I said previously, $35.90.
Any questions? Just to clarify, gas is a non-requestable item. All right. Ultimate Frisbee, men's ultimate Frisbee.
Well, I'm Matisse, I'm the president of Men's Ultimate Frisbee. We have between 25 and 30 members. We practice 2 to 3 times a week, pretty much the entire school year. We are in the Greater New England Conference, which is all D1 schools, not in Boston, in New England. We're currently tier 1. We're expected to be tier 1 next year as well. And then our budget mostly goes to hotels, and we participate in between 6 and 8 tournaments every year, and each tournament has a tournament fee that we have to pay, and then they're always 2 days, so we have to spend the night at the hotel at least 2 nighs. And we usually get, I think the budget says 3 rooms, but we usually get 3 or 4, depending on how many people come, which depends on like the level of the tournament. If they're really good, we'll bring less people. And then we also go to one big week-long tournament down in South Carolina every year, and that's where the van rental comes from. And it's not listed, but we do not have dues for our players, but we are expected to like contribute to gas on our trips, and we usually take our own cars for tournaments in New England.
Questions? All right. Mountain bike.
Hi, my name's Tim Goodell. I'm the treasurer for the UMaine Mountain Bike Club. We've got about 15 active members in the club, usually increases in the fall, just with more undergraduates coming in. We are currently looking to be a tier 2. We're not a club sport at the moment, but we're gonna get tier 2. We're looking good to be on track for that. As our budget is up above, most of it goes right to lodging, which is just campsite fees. And then we've got rentals, which is our trucks for going to our races, along with trailers, and then entry fees, which are pretty pricey for all 6 of the races we have, as well as national. Below that was our non-requestable gas money, which isn't on our budget, and our total comes out to 5,000 requested.
Questions? All right. Sailing.
I'm Elizabeth, I'm the president of the Sail Club.
I'm Abby, I'm the treasurer of Sail Club.
We currently have around 15 members. And we compete in regattas. We are looking to sail with other schools. We sail on Pushaw Lake when it's not frozen. We're a tier 3 club. We're asking for $2,170 for equipment, fees to participate in regattas, and travel related costs.
Questions? All right. Tennis.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm the president of the tennis club. Technically, our paper says we have 88 active members, but we really have roughly 45 active members. It kind of dwindles down once we go inside. We are requesting $5,000 for being a tier 2 team. Most of our money goes towards our travel, so we're requesting $4,300, mainly for lodging, so like hotels. We travel to 3 different major events, rental cars and entry fees. And then we have $1,500 going to our equipment, so new tennis balls. We do need new uniforms, so hopefully we can get that this year. And then some like tournament stuff. And then we also have a pay to play. We practice 4 days a week at the Armstrong Tennis Center in Hamden. They give us a discount, so it would be $4,608. They give us a discount, so it's only $3,500. And then our home match of $500 was denied.
It was tabled.
Okay.
So hypothetically, it could come back. If you wanted to advocate on why you think the Senate should pass it, this is your time to do so.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like, as you've heard from a few other clubs, they don't really need to pay to host a match because they have the facility on campus. Kind of like baseball, we haven't had the ability to really have any home matches at all. We haven't competed since October. We were supposed to have a match this Saturday, but it got canceled because there's a snowstorm happening. We're supposed to go outside this week, but that also didn't happen because the rec center didn't put up our nets. And so a lot of things don't really work out with the snow. And we can't really afford to be inside for much longer, but we kind of just have to do it anyway, or else we would have to just cancel practice. As I mentioned, our indoor facility gives us a discount. We have a few people that work there and work for free at nights just so we can stay there for a little bit longer. Again, it would be $4,608 without the discount. They discount it to $3,500. So you're saving a little over $1,000 anyway. And then it's also beneficial for our travel team. They don't really get to compete against other people as much. They're kind of just playing one-on-one with one another. And I have had many people ask me if we can compete more, but it's never been in our budget. Yeah.
People have questions? All right. Men's volleyball.
Everybody, I'm Sean. I'm the president of the men's volleyball club. We're really excited this upcoming year. We're going to be moving from tier 2 to tier 1. So we have some extra funding that we can get some new equipment with. We have about 45 members currently, and we're in the New England Collegiate Volleyball League. We're in the grand scheme of things in nationals, we're D2 and we've qualified for nationals 2 years in a row. So mainly our budget right now is mostly for traveling and entry fees for tournaments. We play about 8 a year. And a good chunk of it this year, now that we're gonna have some more funding, hopefully, we're gonna be trying to get some equipment that's really great for getting more members, and also it's gonna be like equipment that lasts a really long time, hopefully, like training equipment for practices, and just getting better as a club. So we're really excited about that. Yeah.
Questions? I have a question.
Yeah.
Would you be open to sharing your equipment with the women's volleyball team?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we do have 3 practices a week, and one of those is a co-ed practice. And a lot of our facilities and things like that are shared, and equipment's shared already with the girls' club.
Any other questions? All right. Swimming.
I'm Claire. I'm also the president of Swim, and I'm Sky. I'm the vice president. And we have about 40 members on our team. We're part of the College Club Swimming League. This is our first year being a part of it, so that's super exciting. And we are currently tier 3, looking to move up to tier 2. And so we are requesting $5,000 for traveling for the hotels, traveling throughout New England. And we have the league fee, and also like each team charges an entry fee for the meets. So that's what we're requesting from that. And we are looking to go to nationals next year, so we're gonna hope to fundraise for that. And the non-requestable items are just like swim caps and suits and gas, which is split amongst the team from dues and fundraising. And that's about it.
Any questions?
Senator Waters?
So are swim caps not able to be requested for, like gas, or are they just not being requested for?
They're not being requested for.
Got it.
They would have to have our logo on it, which is why I think you did, which is fine. All right, if no one else has any other questions. All right, basketball.
Yeah, I'm Natalie Frost. I'm the president of club basketball. And we usually practice 2 times a week, usually in the nighttime, like most clubs, sports clubs anyway. And we are a tier 2 team. We'll continue to be that throughout the next year. And we are a part of the NCBBA. We're part of the East Division for that. And so for our budget, we are requesting just about $4,000, a little bit under. And usually it's just for really travel, it's lodging and rentals. We do 3 home games and then 3 away games, a total of 6 games. And usually sometimes we'll do a hotel when we stay there, because it's a long day, because we usually travel to Massachusetts. There's no teams in Maine that want to play basketball, so we got to travel a little bit far for that. And yeah, we drive a van down, and we pay for gas ourselves with our dues, or we chip in a little bit. And then, yeah, we have our league fees too, that comes out pretty much to $1,000. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Questions? All right. Next is women's volleyball.
Hi, my name is Abigail Maxfield. I'm the president of Women's Club Volleyball.
I'm Natalie Brogan. I'm the treasurer.
So we're requesting $5,000. We're currently tier 2. We're planning on staying there. We have like approximately 50 members, from both semesters. We have dues. We have travel dues, which are like $175. And then we have we play with some local Maine teams, from like Colby, USM and all that. Those players pay $125, and then practice players pay $50 per semester. Those are usually for like graduate students who might not be here for both semesters. We practice at least 3 times a week. Sometimes we practice with the men's team, like where our seasons are dying down. We open up our practices to co-ed, super fun. We love it. Very interactive between both clubs. We are in the NWVCL, which is the Northeast Women's Volleyball Club League. There's 75 teams from New England in there. super fun, super big deal. So in our budget, we request like $1,680. That's for lodging, like 6 tournaments. We usually try to go to 5 or 6 tournaments out of state, usually in Massachusetts and Connecticut. We try to rent vans every time we travel, and so that's about 1,500 for the whole year. Our league and tournament fees come out to be like $1,425, and we're requesting $650 for equipment. And we have like $695.80 for non-requestables. So our total request is $5,000.
Any questions? Softball.
Hi, I'm Kimmy. I'm the president, and this is Molly, the treasurer. We practice twice a week. We are tier 2 and planning on staying at tier 2, and we have about 20 to 25 members on the team, and we are allowed to have a maximum of 25 members on the team. In terms of budget, we are requesting $5,000, so looking to maintain tier 2 status. The majority of that always goes towards our lodging and rentals. We do travel 3 or 4 times throughout the year. We play both in the fall and the spring. And then our league dues, we play in the National Club Softball Association, so anywhere from teams from Maine to California. We got to witness that in Georgia last year, so that was pretty fun for us. And then our umpires, we have to have them to play. So those are covered in our budget as well. You can probably see on our budget that there's a big discrepancy between what we're requesting and what our budget actually is. We fundraise the remainder of that, it's about $2,000. So really, if we're able to get covered by the school, we greatly appreciate. We try to keep costs low for our players.
Questions? Oh, all right, wait. Riley, it says my screen sharing's on. So, what's that mean? I'll stop and then I'll try and start again.
Yeah, that should.
That'll work.
It's like it too. There we go.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Questions? All right. Now we have women's ice hockey.
Hello, my name is Amanda Allen. I am one of the presidents for the hockey team. We have 24 active members right now. We run 23 practices for the season, 2 a week from Columbus Day to President's Day. We are tier 1 right now. We are going to be dropping to tier 2 this upcoming season, so we are requesting $5,000. That money will be going towards lodging, rentals, vehicles to bring the gear to the games and us as well. We have our league fee, and then money will also be going towards the officials for the games. We have the non-requestable items, the gas money.
Yeah, and just to clarify, EBC amended the total. It does read 5870, but EBC amended the total to be 5,000, which is in line with the financial policy. It's just a simple math error. And then you guys also have a pay to play.
Yep, we do a pay to play request. We were approved for our practice times, but not our game times. So we are requesting another $1,000 to pay for our 4 home games.
Anyone have any questions? I have a question. Can you speak on a little bit on like what getting the home game, like pay to play money for would mean, and like if we didn't approve it, like what would happen basically?
Yeah, so our total budget actually goes over what we request. So we need closer to $7,000 than the $5,000 that we are asking for. So we do have to fundraise the rest of it. So if we could get the $1,000 covered, it would allow us to drop our dues to our players so that we can keep it reasonable. And we do ask that all players bring their own equipment, so it takes a toll off of our players when it comes down to it.
Senator Bone, can you talk on why you dropped out of tier one?
We felt that we did not need the funding that we were asking for. So we thought it was best for the club to drop down.
Any other questions? All right. Women's lacrosse.
Right, I'm Brooke Andre, I'm the treasurer for Women's Club Lacrosse. We currently have around 25 players. We've been really building up the program within the past couple of years. So we practice 2 times per week, and we're a member of the Women's Collegiate Lacrosse Organization. And we're currently tier 3, but we're looking to be tier 2. We're super close to our hours for that, and we've met the fundraising portion, so we're really excited. Therefore, we've bumped up our request to $5,000 to match that raising tier. And for that, that's mostly travel expenses. We don't have the ability to play on campus because our league is really specific about field lines and all that such. So for travel expenses, we only have 1 night listed because we're pretty lucky. We get to play a few teams within the state and then in New Hampshire, Massachusetts area. So we don't have to travel quite as far as the men's team. So with that, we have some van rentals and our travel expenses total to $3,000. And then we pay $1,000 to league fees for the WCLO. And then we also have a total of $300 for equipment. That's going to include the lacrosse balls. For some reason, lacrosse balls are super expensive and we lose a lot of them. So we have that on there. We have the shooter tutor to practice on the nets here. We have the pennies, which we would have the logo on. And then for other, we would just have the field rent for the games if we can play at Hudson, which would be a great opportunity. And then with that, we would also have to pay officials. Questions? Women's rugby.
Hi, sorry. I'm Women's Rugby, or I'm Natalie with Women's Rugby, and this is Molly. We have 32 members, but we'd say probably closer to like 25 consistent members, not accounting for like the new freshmen who are still trying to decide if they want to play or not. We practice twice a week. We belong to New England wide collegiate rugby conference, and we're in Division 2 of that. And we are tier 1, and we hope to stay tier 1. As for our budget, a majority of our funding goes towards travel, which would be 9,200. Equipment, which is just balls, which our current ones are really old and need to be replaced, and that would be 750 going towards that. Other than that, just referees, with a total of 150, and then our non-requested items are on the back.
Questions? Women's soccer.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm the president of Women's Club Soccer. Primarily, our season is in the fall. We don't do much in the spring. We're part of the NERSA Region 1. So yeah, we just play teams around New England. So as you can see in our budget, a lot of it's just travel and rental cars since we head down to Massachusetts and New Hampshire for games. And then we also have some equipment, just looking to get more like phones and soccer balls. And then if we can schedule some home games, unfortunately this year we have not, but we would like to definitely get more in the future. So we need to account for the referee fees. And then for non-requested, that's gas, but usually our dues cover that typically, and just fundraising needs.
Questions? Next is, WMX, is that his name? Ultimate Frisbee.
Hi, my name is Maya. I'm treasurer for the Women X Ultimate Frisbee Club. We have about 15 to 20 active members and we meet 3 times a week. We're part of the Greater New England Division I Colleges Ultimate Frisbee team. And we also are part of the United States Ultimate Association, or USAU. We're currently tier 1 and expected to continue being tier 1. And if you look at our budget breakdown, we are requesting about $9,300 total. And our budget is split up between tournament fee costs. So we have to have a bid fee for each tournament we go to. It's about 6 to 8, same as the men's team. We also have funding for the Myrtle Beach trip over spring break, which is where we get the band rentals. And then the other fees are all on us, and so we take care of all the gas and food fees ourselves. Any questions?
All right. Woodsman.
My name is Brian Tori. I'm the president of the Woodsman team.
I'm the vice president.
So it's yeah, for those who have not heard of us before, quick, simple explanation is we do lumberjack events. We have about 20, just under, active members. We're currently tier 3, aiming to be tier 2 for next year. And while we are not currently part of a league, we're hoping to join NELA, which is the Northeast Intercollegiate Lumberjack Association. Hoping to join that for next year. The biggest expenses that we have are away meets, especially registration fees, because wood is expensive and we cut a lot of wood, so that's by far our base expense, but then also the lodging and gear rentals. That's that. We are not expecting to have to get a lot of equipment next year, but some of the things we'll need is climbing equipment, and we're hosting a home meet for potties and stuff. Go to about 6 meets per year in the New England and New York area. So we're requesting a total of $5,000 for the tier 2 budget. We're expecting that, we're budgeting out about $12,500.
Questions? I believe your home meets are public, right?
Yeah, they are.
Cool.
Yeah, we had one in February.
All right, last sports club, wrestling, best for last.
I'm Matt, I'm the president of the wrestling club. We have about 20-ish members. We're part of the National Collegiate Wrestling Association. We practice about 3 times a week. And then for budget, it's mostly requesting travel expenses, like vans and like lodging. And then we need a lot of equipment like mat tape and sanitization stuff and some like medical stuff. That's about it.
Questions? All right.
If you have a question, as always, please raise your right hand high because it is hard to see when you raise it like this.
So I believe that concludes the sports club portion of the budget, the presentation of the sports clubs. We'll come back to the sports clubs a bit later. I'm gonna move the podium over there because my laptop's gonna die. And then Keith, which one do we do next?
Next is records.
Somewhere.
So, in a second, actually, so.
That's fine.
Email. Yeah.
might be
I decided that.
Maybe like stuff like that. This is not how we're going to do all of them. So we want to start. Oh, yeah, that's really. And then we're going to discuss. We decided so we can get them all out of here. That was a dream. I'm going to do a quick explanation of these, just again, in case you missed my email. The way it's going to start working, we did that, and correct me if I'm wrong at all, with this page, Vice President Allen. But the way we just did the sports clubs was to kind of free up the space and get the people out of here who don't need to be here all night, like the rest of us. Ooh. So we're going to be doing budget by budget and voting on them from now on, correct?
Yes, an informal vote.
An informal vote. And the way to amend them, if you need to, is to come see me and get one of these little blue slips. And on it, you would be putting the information of how much you're moving, from what line to what line. All of these have a designated line item on the spreadsheet, correct? That they fill out?
Yes.
And then each amendment, per usual, like any other amendment, has to be voted on to be approved. All of these need to return to me if they have been like passed. If they fail, keep them. And that's because this is important for, I believe, auditing reasons. And it's mostly a formality, but that's all. So if you have any questions throughout, please feel free to ask. Again, we're all doing this almost the first time. So that is okay.
Yeah, just to add on to that, the way that the computer is behaving is a little odd, but it's okay, we'll get through it. So I'm going to be projecting the budgets just like we did for sports clubs. And then we can just like go through them like we did the sports clubs, obviously doing the like discussion and debate, unlike sports clubs. And then after we do like a section, like the first section is, like cans and all those other great things. The rep boards is the first section. And after we do all the rep boards, I will screen share like the budget instead of the forms, so we can look at the budget. Like we'll do everything in a category, and then we'll go look at like the budget spreadsheet, and like we can ask any questions about that. It just won't let me it won't let me split and screen share.
Okay, so to clarify, what we're doing is essentially the same thing with the sports clubs, but then going back after we conclude to the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So we're gonna present, we're not gonna debate specifically.
Yeah, because the spreadsheet, I mean, I can show it to you guys, obviously. But the spreadsheet isn't really anything else it was on the forms. It's just like a summed up version of it. It does have some helpful information about what was approved for this fiscal year versus next fiscal year. But I think that it would be better to look at the forms first. And then, like I was saying, like this is a category. And then at the end of the category, we can sit and maybe do another round of discussion and debate if anyone wants to go back. That sounds good.
Great.
Okay, I mean, you don't really need to look at the spreadsheet. I feel like it's more helpful to look at the form of the spreadsheet. Okay. And we will start with cans.
Awesome. I want to thank everyone for their time. And I also want to thank Chase Ensaw for covering me within that hour. I really do appreciate his help. What you're looking at is 3,600 for the amount that we are requesting for cans. We were pretty frugal when it came to the price tag because I wanted to make sure that this was within reason. The amount that's being requested is for pizza recruitment as well as First Friday bagels. I requested it in a way where we would break even at the end of next semester. If you were looking at the other form as well, you're gonna see that we dropped $100 from the last person requesting it. There wasn't a way I could justify office supplies, but we are absolutely using printing services. These items were in high demand by camp students, and we also work pretty well with CNTSP with them. Was there any questions or concerns? Oh, and I should update the numbers of people we have as well. We actually have 43 now, but 12 we've had regularly. Cool.
Sorry, technology is not my strong suit, if anyone could tell.
No worries.
Oh, okay, wow, that's fancy. All right, so now we'll do discussion and debate on cans.
Are there any discussion on the cans budget, or is there not? Seeing none, any debate? Senator Kemper.
I think everyone and their friends did a fabulous job putting this together and demonstrating that CAMS deserves a budget just like this. I'm in total favor of passing it.
Any other points for debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed, all those abstaining, it passes.
Well. Next up, SAP.
Okay, hi everyone. So for our budget, you'll see that it is $10,000. That is consistent with how it was last year, how it has consistently been. We try not to go over or under. It seems to be our pretty good sweet spot, and half the time, most of the time, it ends up going back to unallocated anyhow, but better to be safe than sorry, especially when we have a big event. So we have a lot more in the advertising and correspondence. We're getting shirts. We have to get new stickers because we rebranded. SAB sweatshirts, hopefully, and additional advertising materials like tablecloths for when we do tabling at the student involvement fair in the fall particularly, but also it's good to just have in case we're doing any tabling in the union, which is something we're going to start trying to do. We have no need for office and startup expenditures. We have no need for that whatsoever. I don't use my printing fund, so that goes to that, and that is the end of it. And also our offices share with the Honors College, so that is why we really don't need anything. As for events, we do have the midday meal pack out, which is meals and refreshments. That is $8,000 in total. That is the same as last year. You know what, I'll take care of that.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, the Maine Meal Pack-Out is one of the biggest community service events on this campus. This year alone, we're packing 55,000 meals for people all over the state experiencing food insecurity. And so this amount is historically the same amount that we have been granted to help fund this effort. So basically we had a lot of different line items we'll need help packing. We have people to pack the meals, we have supplies to pack the meals, we have different line items that are involved in the entire process. There's a lot that goes on. We have to do the boxes, we have to get a lot of different supplies, pallets, and there's really just a lot that goes into planning an event like this. So that's what that line item goes to. Then we also have to have refreshments for our volunteers because this event can be very lengthy, could also get very hot, and we don't want anyone going without food or water. And then the last line item for the events expenditures is the final support session. We do this every semester. At the end of every single semester, we just have self-care things that are available for all different students to come and grab, kind of take care of themselves and study with their friends right before finals. It just offers everyone a really nice chance to relax.
And that is, like I said, the biggest part of our budget. And then the remaining part is equipment and materials. That is for our standard events that we do on our own. They're not very hefty because we do work with the Honors College for some of these. So we cut down a lot of how much that actually was. And that includes food, arts and craft supplies, and pumpkins. As you can see, that's because we spend $100 on pumpkins every single fall because we do a pumpkin painting event that is probably our most popular. We get 50 pumpkins, they're $2 each, it's great. We have that broken down very easily. So all of that in total is the 10,000 that I mentioned, with everything all together. Some of it has been reallocated in different ways over the past from last year to this year, but we are hoping to keep most of it the same.
Do we have any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Vice President Allen.
Just a quick point of discussion on the Maine Day meal pack out line. We were sort of tossing this over at EBC. It's been a couple of years since a very large scale Maine Day meal pack out related to COVID. But as you guys know, we don't provide food for anyone who is not an undergraduate student because the Honors College packs so many meals. The funding that SAB applies for the Maine Day meal pack out is the supplies to pack the meals and not the meals themselves.
That is a point of clarification that we didn't know how to word in a small line item, so we put it as meals as a loose term, but it is the supplies that go into packing the meals that we send out to everyone. It is not specifically the meals themselves, because obviously that would not be going to undergraduate students at this campus, that would be going to outside of us, so we get the supplies to pack the meals that we send out. If that makes sense.
Great. Any further discussion? Debate. Vice President Over.
I sit on EBC and I was part of the reason that we had to take an extra week, my apologies. But we needed some clarification from Sean on some issues concerning charity, because we have some things in our financial policy that we can only donate $50, but this is, we provide the supplies for an event. So basically this is kind of our workaround to fund this really awesome event. And yeah, I am in full support, even though I was wary at first.
All right. Any other points for debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing clear majority in the affirmative, that passes.
Alrighty, so the next one is IFC. This is the first one that you'll see throughout the night that UBC made a change to. So if you just look in this column, this is what was appropriated last year after it was passed by the Senate. This is what clubs had asked for, and then this is EBC's recommendation. So I'm sure UBC will go into what was cut, but there is a $2,000 difference. Just pointing that out because we will encounter it in other points of the evening. But yeah, IFC, take it away.
All right, so as you guys know, I'm the president of IFC. I have my vice president Sam over here and my treasurer Jake. We're the group that governs one of the largest bodies of students on campus. So our budget's right around $10,000. It was a little tough to try to figure it out just because it was kind of messy, a little messy trade. There wasn't really a budget to go off last year. But I'll hand it over to Jake.
Yeah, so we're looking for a total of $7,200 broken down into advertising corresponding expenditures, which is a total of $3,800. Office startup and expenditures, which is a total of $800. Event expenditures, which is a total of $300. And equipment and material expenditures, which is a total of $2,300.
So just to sort of elaborate on the recruitment aspect of it, so we decided as an IFC to change the way that fraternities do recruitment in order to make it a much more level playing field to prevent less of the headbutting between fraternities. So our plan is for the first week of school in the fall to go ahead and have a all Greek recruitment. in which all of IFC will go and become brogams, which will disaffiliate from their fraternities. And will help facilitate all these events to put more of a focus on the Greek community aspect of it, not just individual organization aspect of it, to sort of work on that team building aspect that's sort of been lacking over the past few years.
And just a quick point of privilege, the $2,000 was cut from philanthropy, so EBC's recommendation is, $8,525, and the original request from IFC was $10,525. And we cut, or EBC cut, I didn't do anything actually. EBC cut $2,000, from philanthropy.
Any questions for our speakers? Senator Kemper.
What is a brogam?
So essentially with sorority recruitment, they're called brogams. So you disaffiliate from your chapter, also known as you remove any sort of social media awareness that you're affiliated with a certain fraternity. And you're just there to give the potential new members like advice. So say they come to you, hey, should I join this org? You're not gonna say yes or no. You're gonna be like, well, I think you should do what's best for you. You know, consider your own personal values and see if they align with that organization's values in order to create more of a, I guess you could say, wholesome experience instead of just, oh, you know, we're so cool, come join us. Yeah.
Yeah, to add on to that, it's kind of just like a play on words instead of program, like program, because we're men, so.
We know it's a little cliche, but that's good.
Senator Ricker, what was the original goal, what was KBC's recent goal and expand on KBC?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. What's it go? You go.
We felt that it was kind of like abstract, it wasn't specific, and as was mentioned before, like maybe a meal pack out. It's for philanthropy, we kind of need to know, and so we felt like $1,000 was a good starting point to like start up any charity events, similar to how we saw the sororities come in earlier today for like Mr. Pizzerni and their charity event. It's a good starting point, they can always come in and ask once they have more solid plans for later.
Any other questions for our speakers? Senator Rocky?
So is it gonna be like a structured, like formal recruitment week like sororities do?
So it'll be very similar to it. So we'll have QR codes. There's actually one on the door of the FSL office. So if you're interested, feel free to sign up. But the potential new members will scan a QR code, fill out a short survey, name, hometown, phone number, and then they'll go through the whole, all Greek events that we're calling them. They'll go through those events, hang out with certain chapters, because all chapters will be represented there. There won't just be brogams there. And then the individual chapters, recruitment chairs will then get a list with all of the names and phone numbers of every potential new member. Then they can go ahead and reach out and filter through it that way. So it benefits Greek life as a whole because it gives us a lot larger of an audience to talk to, while also still eliminating all the negative aspects of the group.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Debate. Ms. President Booker.
Actually, I have a question and I apologize if this is just me misreading things, but EBC amended the total down to 8,000, something, but this request is reading 72 something?
Yeah. The total request.
It just, yeah.
Give me 1 second. You are correct. My apologies. So from the math, I can see it requested $7,200 from us, their total operating budget is 10,525. So taking in light EBC's recommendation to cut $2,000, if EBC still wants to honor their recommendation of only giving $1,000 for philanthropy, their request as they intended it should be, or their request as they submitted it with the cuts from EBC should be $5,200. So I apologize for that.
Can we go back, rather than go back, or do you know, sorry. Vice President Allen, can we go back to the other screen, because I thought the other screen said that they requested $1,200. I just know we have to be exact with all of ours.
Yeah.
So, or their full operating budget is 12,200. And they requested 7,200, but it's different than this form, and this is the form that we found are in BBC, so just like, why are there two? And this is probably for our speakers, why are there two different budgets?
If you go back to that other sheet, it looks like that the $2,000 that was deducted from EBC for philanthropy did not get taken out of the bottom total, which would give us the $5,200.
Yeah.
Is that correct, or?
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's what I said.
So the request as it currently stands technically is $5,200.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Is that,
Yeah.
do you need a second to fix anything or can we? continue?
Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
Sure.
Not even 2 minutes. Okay, now it's right. My apologies.
That's fine. All right, any further discussion? Debate? Senator Kemper.
I still think we should stand by our reduction of $2,000 from that philanthropy line item because for what Senator Bohm said, that it is fairly vague and they definitely have an opportunity to come request more if they so choose.
Any further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Because I promised so quickly it will die.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyone doesn't know, I'm Hannah Lynch, I'm the panel president, and this is Sadie, she's the treasurer. So basically panel is like a governing council for the sororities on campus. We have 9 executive members and 8 chapters under us, with around 300 members total. And then for our budget, we were asking for 8,000. And then it was cut at 80. So we asked for recruitment software, which is $900, and we need that to like run our formal recruitment in the fall. And then we asked for $200 for social media. Oh, sorry, $100 for social media. We're looking to do marketing again. We did it in the past and it really boosted our recruitment numbers. So we're looking to do that. For our programming committee, we asked for $1,000. We're trying to run other events outside of Greek Week to promote the Greek community more and kind of just have more like a positive impact on us. For philanthropy, we asked for $200 to run more of our philanthropy events. Within panel, we do have our own philanthropy, which is Circle of Sisterhood. And then we have our recruitment usage fee, which is activated in the fall for like our potential new members, which is different than the recruitment software. We only get charged for it in the fall semester, but we have to pay like the recruitment software overall. And then there's P&M shirts for recruitment, which we asked for 1,500. It was really popular last semester for the fall. And a lot of girls just like signing up and like having their shirts so they don't have to worry about finding like what to wear for recruitment and all of that.
And then office startup, we did paper, markers, pens, organizing. And then for events, we did Greek Week and we asked for $2,000. For this semester, IFC and panel decided that we weren't going to include Mr. Fraternity in our Greek Week events, just because we felt like it was just representing one philanthropy event versus the whole Greek organization. So now we have to pay to host events like at the CCA and added events for that whole week. And with the new staffing, we do have to pay for like the rental of the rec center, like the football field, we do sorority rumble, so we have to pay for the refs and for the field as well now. We're doing a Narcan training, next semester, we requested $400. We just think it'd be beneficial if you just have that kind of training for everyone in Greek life, and then we can like obviously open it to the public as well. And then we asked for $1,000 for an annual Greek life event. We were thinking of doing like a carnival type vibe, but we haven't fully like planned that out yet. And then we have badges, cords, and dangles, which is for our exec members and then for our graduates.
All right, do we have any questions? Vice President Over.
Does the MSL office not provide any office supplies to you guys?
Not like. Yes and no. So we have like our own office supplies in the office, but we're running low on them since we haven't really been upping our office supplies lately, and it's just like, it's not as organized or as much as it should be for like the exec boards.
President Delory.
I should know this because I was on EBC, but what is a dangle?
So for our badges, we have like, the guards that go across them, and then you can get like a little like president dangle, which is a gavel, and it like hangs off of the badge.
Oh, thanks.
Any further questions? All right, we'll move into discussion. Vice President Allen.
Just to clarify, the annual Greek life event for anyone, which is under events expenditures, was cut by EBC from $1,000 to $10.
Okay, any further discussions? Senator Rocky.
Point of information for you could tell why $10.
Our EBC felt that, again, similar to the event or the club that was just discussed, that this like isn't a fleshed out event yet, and we wanted to see I'll come back to EC and go through our processes. We couldn't cut it completely, or else they couldn't come back. So we chose $10.
All right, any other points for discussion? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes.
It's up, senior class.
Oh, yeah, all yours.
So this is gonna be pretty short and sweet. There's no senior class council next year. So we made it as bare bones as we could with the hopes that somebody starts up senior class council next year and requests more. That's it.
Great. Are there any questions for our speaker, Senator Waters?
Very dangerous question. What does it take to start up a senior class council?
We just need one person interested to say my position next year. And
graduating.
Hopefully recruit more people. It started with just myself and one other person, so it's possible.
You know, I thought you immediately.
How bad will I regret doing that?
A question for another time. Any other questions for our speaker about the budget? Senator Fay.
I have two questions to the speaker. One, so I understand this is as bare bones as possible. Would you just real quick mind running through the items that you?
I can't see that.
Okay.
I didn't bring my glasses, so I don't remember.
I can read them off and then someone, if you wanted to elaborate on them. So you requested stickers for $500. Yep. Raffle funds for $75, printing supplies for $500, and that's.
Yeah. What do you have questions on?
I don't know, sorry, this is weird to word. Okay, as it stands right now, there will not be a senior class council next year until someone does it.
Correct.
This happens every year, hold on.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, my second question.
I'm gonna be a bystander.
My second question, how many days are there left until graduation for by the Stelco?
32.
Thank you.
I just figured that one was. What?
Just a quick point of privilege, Representative Bullen came to me and asked what she should do. And I said that she should request something similar to this. In the event that someone does step up soon or over the summer, they won't be left out, completely to dry, for the fall. So if they wanted to get things going, they have some printing supplies, some funds for a raffle and stickers. Of course, those get returned to unallocated if it's not used.
Great, any further points for, or no questions? Yeah, Senator Thompson.
Can I see what the raffle funds line item, like, what is that going towards?
Well, last year we did a raffle with our senior picture because we didn't have a picture and that ended up being really fun for all of us. We got donations from a bunch of, like restaurants around local. We actually had like a $250 ticket or a tattoo ticket thing. And it was just our first fundraiser to really hit off, senior class council.
But the funds are for the physical raffle tickets, right?
Yes, yeah.
Right, any further questions? All right, we'll move into discussion. Vice President Over.
So there's not a current class council for next year's seniors, but there is a class council that's already been established for current sophomores. If you're graduating with Vice President Tripp, you'll have a class council. Yeah, that's all I want to say for discussion.
All right. Any further discussion? Debate? Vice President Over.
Therefore, I think that we should fund this because this is an important tradition that our school does. A lot of schools have senior class councils. You probably have one in high school as well. And people will step up eventually. They will feel left out if they don't have a senior class council and will inevitably step up. And there are other younger class councils, so that I think we need to keep this going forward.
All right, any further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes.
Okay, so now we've reached the total of representative boards. So I guess this would be the time if anyone wanted to go back to something, I guess, or we could just look at the spreadsheet for a second.
Does anybody have any points that they would like to raise before we continue?
All right, now we are on to community associations. And our first community association is SHAC.
All right, y'all. So I'm president of SHAC. So the amount that you see there is absurd, I know, but this is just an estimated amount because SHAC literally had no budget to go off of. So if you look at the budget right here, I'm just gonna go down. The events are the ones that like really got amended, but I understand why, and I'll explain why, so we're not going back and forth. But yeah, so we're gonna start with advertising and corresponding. So we did 250 for stickers, so that gets us 500 stickers in total for the next year to push it, you know, the initiative of, you know, getting awareness for SHAC. So that was 250. For printing flyers, we did $100. For banners, so we need tabling items, we need a new banner to display on like tabling, we also requesting $100 to like get one of those long vertical banners that stand up and say Shack. And then the 195 nation flag that you see is $525, so those are 2 by 4 inch, so these are the small flags. Because OIP, the Office of International Programs, has big flags, so if we needed to, we could rent from them. But the Shack members felt that having all of the nation's flags, which would be like 193 that represent Model UN, plus the additional Palestinian flag and ONC flag included in the 195 would, best represent all of the organizations that represent what it means to be multicultural and to be a heritage organization. So we put in $525 for that because that's approximately what it would cost to get all those flags. So that came out to $975. Then office startup, that's basic and simple, $40 for pens, writing utensils, binders, notebooks, 75, 3-hole puncher with stapler, 25, and then hanging file folder. So since we are an organization made up of different cultural groups, entities that represent cultural bodies, we have our own filing cabinet. So each organization would have their own hanging file folder. So that comes to $60. And then the events. All right, this is where we're gonna go to the breakdown. So the event that did not change, I'm pretty sure, is the Friends and Family Feast. That is what it actually cost to operate the Friends and Family Feast last semester. So that is an actual amount because that event actually did happen and doesn't exist. But this does not account for the money that's gonna be done if we get a collaboration, a hand grant. So all that external information is not there because we don't have it. So this is operating costs. So the operating cost for the Friends and Family Feast is $6,000. Then we move down to the Shack Multicultural Formal. So the Shack Multicultural Formal was originally done by ASA because Shack didn't exist. So we requested $6,000, kind of bless you, kind of as a substitute amount, but it got amended to $1,000, which is pretty accurate to what the actual amount of this event would be.
Point of
So
privilege, it was $2,500.
it was 2,500? Okay.
Sorry, just wanted
You
to.
got amended to 2,500.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. It was just a quick, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it got amended to 2,500. So I'm sorry, an extra zero. But 2,000 would probably be the approximate cost of what I saw from the budget that I was given from ASA. So if anyone wants to amend that, please feel free to, because I give you full reign. I feel like that's appropriate. And the Shack Culture Mosaic, understandable why this got sliced, just because the Shack Multicultural Mosaic was an event that did happen and it was a union takeover. But the problem is we have no kind of background information on exactly what that event entailed. We just know that it was a union takeover of all the multicultural groups and every room in the union was a different multicultural organization doing something. But since there's no definitive kind of layout outline to how these events ran, EBC decided to amend it, which is completely understandable. I don't even know what it was supposed to look like either, so I'm not gonna sit here and say I do. Then we have the Shack and Chats. So this one I feel very strong about and our organizations do, because if there's anything we agreed upon is that the Shack and Chats deserve to happen. So what they would kind of formulate is a lunch and learn, because you look at the Friends and Family Feast, you look at the Multicultural Formal, though those are collective events and we plan them together and do them together. At the end of the day, like I said, Shack is not one entity. Shack is multiple demographic organizations that make up kind of who we are, and they represent different demographics. So we felt like allocating the original amount was $2,800, which would approximately be $175 per 12 to 15 Shack and Chats for the year. So it would be one at the end of the month, one at the start of the month. And so, there would be a checks and balances. It wouldn't be this organization gets $175 automatically. They would have to come up with an idea relating to Shack's whole purpose, which is to preserve the heritage of the student body. They would come and basically present on what they were gonna do for a Shack and Chat.
and it would be approved by us before we even request the money to give them for the Shack and Chat so that can entail anything, whether that be BSU. I know one of their ideas was during Black History Month, doing like being black at a PWI, so kind of taking that from ODI like they were doing and then making it their event. So this kind of like sets a standard and kind of helps organizations that normally don't get an opportunity because these presidents are like swamped in general, and they are organizations that can ask for their own funding and kind of do their own events and also have to do their own fundraising. This kind of sets a balance where they have the money there, it's coming up with the idea. And this really creates kind of this balance where BSU already has that money for Black History Month and is able to put a Shack and Chat for there, and then Causa has their money and Spanish Club has their money for Hispanic Heritage Month. So being able to do those events, but yeah, like I said, show demographic representation because that's what Shack is. And the Slack and Chat, I mean, that's a community building event. So like an example of it would be like, oh, come join Shack at the planetarium. You know, so it's like an open community event. So I can understand why this one got them into the $50 because there is no definitive plan for that. It's more like plan it in the moment and then come request money. So I can see what that got them into $50. But yeah, everything is pretty reasonable. Friends and family fees is the same. And I feel like the Shack and Chats deserve to be put back to 2,800. But besides that, everything else is good. EBC did a good job. And then here you see services for meals. So that would be like, you know, utensils, Tupperware, plates, da 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 da. So I think they amended it to 250 because that's what the amount was for the Friends and Family Feast. So 250 was for the Friends and Family Feast. And since, like I said, none of these events are really definitive, I can understand why they amended kind of like the service for meetings. But yeah, got it. Perfect. Are there any questions for our speaker? Moving, Senator Ricker.
Question for ABC, if that's good. What was the reason for slicing down the Shack and Chat?
Yeah, I can speak on that. So members of EBC felt that, student government should only pay for the Shack and Chats that Shack, the organization, is actually hosting. Not like the individual organizations, for example, like BSU or Asian Student Association or whatnot. So EBC amended the number down to read $900 because that was representative, according to John, who's the Shack representative, of how many Shack and Chats that the organization of Shack would be hosting, not individual boards. And again, they can always come back and request more money.
Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Seeing none, debate. Senator Kemper.
Just to clarify, EBC amended the serviceware line item down to $250, not because that was the amount that was used for Friends and Family Feast, but simply because that felt like a much more reasonable number to use for paper plates and utensils.
Other debate. Senator Waters.
I move to amend for Shack and Chat to read $2,800.
Second.
All right, that's for the Senate, that's adopted. We will now move into a period for discussion on the amendment. Senator Bone.
I'd like to ask Senator Waters just for an explanation of why she's doing that amendment.
I don't want to accidentally debate.
It's
But-
a question.
Oh, okay. It sounds like a really cool event. We've never had Shack and Chats because we didn't have a fully functioning Shack until like 2 months ago, really. I'll say, just to be fair. And it sounds really important to our campus to have Shack and Chats where people can come in and ask questions, but also we get to see different groups that aren't usually represented on campus because they are inherently minority groups typically, get to represent themselves in the way they see fit.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Debate. Senator Thompson.
With the yearly budget, we try not to fund events that don't have a precedent of happening. Shack has fallen inactive unfortunately, so a lot of this is kind of seems new. And And since Shack is like an alliance of a bunch of different groups, we felt that, like it was brought up, Shack to Chat falls under different groups' funding instead of necessarily being on Shack's budget, since it's focusing on parts of Shack. If that makes sense.
Senator Kemper.
I feel most comfortable keeping it the way that EBC recommended it, simply because this does not, eliminate them from coming back and asking for more Shack and Chat funding in the fall. But that we really did feel that we should only be funding Shack's budget for things that Shack is doing. Whereas if ASA or BSU wanted to come in and put a little chunk of their budget towards one of these Shack and Chats, we would reconsider it totally differently.
Senator Ricker.
Yeah, this is kind of a question, I guess, anyone could answer it. And maybe I'm just fundamentally misunderstanding what Shack is, but in my vision, isn't Shack coordinating a bunch of other groups to have this sort of overall event that's under the Shack sort of name? Isn't that, to me at least, it seems like the focus would be coordinating all these groups together, being able to have these Shack and Chats and connecting the groups that may otherwise wouldn't connect and putting more of this sort of events.
That's a question or a point?
So that's kind of a question, but like, isn't that kind of what Shack's, this is?
Our entire, sure, yeah, our entire purpose is to preserve and maintain the heritage on campus. So we do represent the demographic, multicultural body, but we represent language and heritage. So all of our groups encompass that. And necessarily, this is kind of like the Shack and Chats are a way to kind of formulate a standard within these organizations. That a lot of the presidents themselves, these are their own governing bodies, but also the presidents themselves are planning their big events all across campus, and they really don't have necessarily the willpower or the tools necessary to be able to perform, let's just say, a luncheon in general. And so they're focusing their efforts on their big events that they put on all year. So the Shack and Chat already kind of like is a formulated kind of way for us to kind of coordinate when these things are happening. And then, like I said, the Shack board is the one that oversees kind of like what passes through to get funding, because it has to relate to Shack's mission. It's not that these organizations get to do whatever they want in terms of, a random event for a lunch and learn. They have to make it embody the mission of Shack and what we're trying to do, which is spread visibility, spread, our culture, our language, our heritage, our ideas. And just through that entire cultural exchange, which is important here on campus. And sure, we can say like ISA does that with coffee hour, but this is more like educational enrichment because we represent demographic bodies and specific language oriented groups. And yeah.
President Delorshin. I think that EDC has done a really good job of scrutinizing every single budget. And while I'd love to be here all night, I do think that this request could come back next year. I don't think it's our job in a Senate meeting right now to be necessarily like learning more about each group and learning more about each event if we haven't been provided the information that we need. Does that make sense for like this specific event? So I would urge a senator to move to previous. And I think that if we have an understanding or a misunderstanding about a particular event, it's okay to ask those questions, but we shouldn't be debating specific numbers if we're already funding it, and they can come back next year for a specific request to EBC. I don't think that we have the time to do this for every single budget tonight.
Senator Bump.
Shaq and John came to us to ask for money, and you come to EBC to ask for money to fund your events. EBC cut it down to the events that Shaq himself was hosting. This amendment would basically make it so that Shaq could act as their own like budgeting committee for the clubs that are within them, which is not really what Shaq is meant to do. I feel like kind of oversteps the boundary, oversteps the hurdles that we have in place to have checks and balances on what clubs can ask for money and go through us.
Point of privilege, that's also against policies.
Senator Jernigan.
I will agree to previous.
All right, all those in favor of moving to previous? Hop high, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. All those opposed? All those abstaining? All right, didn't need to count. All right, we are. All those in favor of the amendment? All right, commit, guys, commit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed?
9. All those abstaining? The amendment dies. We are back to consideration of the budget as a whole. Are there any further debates? Is there any further debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that's adopted.
All right, next is ISA, and I will just remind everyone, to President Florida's point, the presentations, like, we are supposed to, we have to be, obviously thorough, but the presentations for each group should be no longer than 5 minutes.
I'm going to start counting them starting now, whenever the next person starts speaking.
Alrighty.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name's Dylan, you know, I'm serving as the proxy for this semester and when with our Nareth, the vice president of ISA. So. Get that. So, as of right now for our budgets, you can see there have been a lot of differences, I think, in terms of EBC amendments. Ours is probably the biggest one. Just to go over like what we go, excuse me, words are just not agreeing with me today. So for what I say do, you'll just. Anyways, so for ISA, we hold coffee hour every Friday, and it's pretty much open to for international students as well as any students that also want to join in, myself or any of the American students. We originally had requested EBC, it was around $3,000-ish, if I was remembering correctly.
Yes.
Yes. And while it was cut down to $2,000 per semester, we understand there was some discrepancies in relation to why EBC had did it, because we have undergrads that come in. And that is, you know, if anyone wants to excuse me, sorry. Want to talk about that or ask questions, that's totally up to you. There was also the International Dance Festival CCA rental, and that was roughly around. Yeah, my total was $6,800, and just cut down to $800. Again, that's
Wasn't cut.
oh, it was not cut. See, I'm referring to the email, they didn't get the gap copy, and said you said there was.
It's right up here, Dawn.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. So there was that, and there was also a costume groups, which is needed for International Dance Festival. We kind of need that, just to be in line with what dances was born with. There were some amendments that were changed, some of which I would like to implore the Senate to looking into amending. One of that is being summer barbecue. The summer barbecue is a recurring event, has been going on for around 20 years. It's been going on just as long as International Dance Festival, just as long as Culture Fest. But that line has completely been slashed. And we had this during like July, August, I don't remember the exact date, Nara, if you want to put that. But given the fact that this is after the academic year is over and going into next year, if we don't have the money, the summer barbecue just doesn't go through. And it's really important for students who are on campus over the summer. And per the numbers that were given by Sally from housing, we had found out there were 150 to 175 undergrads on campus over the summer. So given the fact that we have a lot of events on campus during the summer, it can get a little boring. And there isn't to say there are more undergrads that are off campus. And of course, if you don't want to hear from me, Nara can explain a little further about her experience being on campus and off campus over the summer.
Just to clarify, the 150 number is international undergraduate on campus, and the some off campus, well, not. We don't have the number for AB, other undergraduate. But yeah, summer barbecue is usually a time for international students to come together there are usually more undergrad than grad students just because as usual, as international student has a harder time to go home because the flight is too far and too expensive. So, yeah. And the other line that we would like to bring back is the cultural fest.
Yeah, so Culture Fest is also something that was amended. For EDC, Culture Fest was changed down to $3,000, 2,500 being shared delivery and $500 for paper products. I also want to get forward visiting the TFS to amend the amend the Culture Fest number back up to at least given the fact that Culture Fest is a very big event. We have a lot of undergraduates that go into this type of stuff. We have organizations that come in and do food, presentation from other countries, things like that. It's a really big event and it shows the diversity of campus in terms of international students. So yeah, sorry about running. That is all I have.
Wasn't that bad, it's about 30 seconds over. It was just in the drag, it's just like, it wasn't that bad. Questions for our speakers, Senator Warren.
Just to clarify these, because I'm curious, I'm not sure, the Culture Fest line item, is that pertaining to what you're organizing with Sophomore Eagles this year?
No.
Okay.
The organization that we're having with Sophomore Eagles, that is Spring Fest, and of course, we did, we did not ask for Spring Fest, because that's a new recurring thing.
Yes, and we never asked.
Yeah.
Vice President Chaplin.
Point of privilege, are we allowed to, point of information, are we allowed to fund events in the summer?
It is, we're not really supposed to, it's up to EBC and the General Students Senate's discretion. If people feel strongly that we should have an event during summer, it's permissible, but we're not really supposed to because not all undergrads who pay the student activity fee can enjoy it.
Other questions for our speaker, Vice President Allen?
Who does the planning for summer barbecue?
It'll be the ISA officers and our advisor, Sarah Nomi.
Chairman Olson?
Historically, like who has put on the event? Is it someone from the school? 'Cause I was under the impression
Which event are you specifically talking about?
in general.
In general, so the culture fest, well, all of the ISA event on that list is planned by the ISA officers, Sarah Joggin, and then we get some help from OIP.
Okay, so it's not their event, it's your guys' event?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for our speakers?
Senator Bum, first summer barbecue event, how many of your executives should actually be on campus at that time?
Sorry, you.
How many executives on your, like, on ISA would actually be here on campus over the summer, just to facilitate a summer barbecue?
So usually Sarah Joggin will always be there. Usually it's either usually two people, 2 out of 4.
And point of privilege, Sarah is your advisor.
Yes, we have a member named Sarah as well, but Sarah Joggin is our advisor.
Who works for OIP.
Yes.
Any other questions? Senator Rocky?
What was that number again for how many international or ISA members are here in the summer?
150.
150?
Yeah, it's over the summer on campus and a little bit off campus, as already explained, it was 150 to 175 undergrads.
Any other questions? Senator Michu?
Any question for anyone at EBC, what was the culture fest funding cut?
Yeah, Senator Brown.
So they gave us a list with a lot of items, and it seemed like most of the items didn't really benefit. From what we understood of Culture Fest, it was meant to be a chance to show culture and mainly like through food is one of the attractions. But they asked us to fund part of catering for the event, which would not have been going for like fundraising and events that different international student groups could do. And there was a lot of other, it seemed rather like extraneous funding parts, so we mostly just funded, what was it?
Yeah, so the $3,000 that UBC recommended was $2,500 for like chairs in the venue and then $500 for like plates and stuff. ISA only requested $4,500 for Culture Fest. UBC cut the $1,500 for catering for the reasons that Senator Bowe mentioned. There's a lot of food at the event already.
Senator Harvey?
Have you hosted the summer barbecue before? And if so, how many people showed up to it?
We hold it every year since ISA started and usually around 50 to 100 people show up.
Any other questions? Who's, Vice President Chapel?
Has student government been funding it in the past?
Yes, as far as I.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we will move into discussion. Vice President Allen.
With EBC's recommendation of the amendments, this budget would be $13,300, which is a higher budget than EBC recommends for any other club, rep board, community association, or division of student government besides student entertainment.
Any points for discussion? Debate? Senator Brown?
I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly, but do you think you'd be able to move to amend the requested, move the barbecue, I guess, amended to reinstate their requested amount?
Do you have a little blue slip?
Yeah, that's what I was like thinking, I'll make sure I'm doing this correctly.
All right, okay, I guess, do you know how to? Would you help out? Okay, all right, we'll do this together. How much was the amount originally?
$1,000, and it would need a second.
Second.
It reads 800 on the request.
Oh, it's my bad, sorry, I was looking at the. Yeah, they requested $800.
Or how about we do this? How about I will fill it out if it passes, so we don't waste any time? Isn't that a great idea? All right, we will now move into discussion on the amendment. Debate. All right, Senator Bell?
I'm against this. I feel like I guess I could have either VP Allen or President Delors touch on the conversation that they had with Sarah Jargon, just on kind of OIP's involvement. But from what was understood at BBC, it seems like OIP and like the university administration has a pretty big involvement in this, and it's less of a student run event and it's more of administration, similar to how we had happened in Cougar and the symposium in previous years that we ended up not doing.
Right, we're still in debate. Senator Martin?
Well, it seems like since student government has been putting on this event for you said 20 years? 20 years. 20 years. While I do get that some students will not see the benefit of their student activity at work, I feel like it'd be sort of disenfranchising people who are here and who might benefit from seeing their student activity be at work too. So I am for this.
Vice President Ober.
This event has not been going on for 20 years, just as a point of privilege. And then to add to the debate, we felt that, just to reiterate Senator Bum's point, we're not really in the business of funding university departments, and a lot of the work for these events is put on by or done by their advisor, Sarah Jargon, who works for the Office of International Programs, and that there's really not a lot of buy-in from ISA. And again, we don't really fund departments, so it felt counterintuitive. On top of the reason that Vice President Allen said that this is over the summer and we don't typically fund things over the summer. So there's quite a few reasons.
Senator Ricker?
Yeah, just a question, just to kind of clarify this, event. Would it still happen without student government being involved with it, or what other events does the OIP do over the summer with national students? What's it kind of in the scope of what else happens during summer for national students?
Yeah, so I can explain that. What I gathered when I was talking with Sarah Hawkins, if we didn't get the money, just summer barbecue just wouldn't go through. And I can understand why there's hesitation, because again, it's over summer and there's not a lot coming. And we can have that discussion next year. If this were to be passed, as of right now, we can have that discussion with the stipulation of having discussion next year and having OIP become more involved in taking that from ISA. But as of right now, what? No. Okay, I was just gonna say, as of right now, if we didn't get the funds, it's not gonna be able to happen. So.
Technically, no.
members of the assembly can't participate in discussion debate unless a question is asked of them. That is Robert's rules, not mine. Senator Michigan.
This is kind of a question, says, I'm really confused, has this event been funded in the last 20 years, has it not? If it has been funded in the past, how have we dealt back then? I'm hearing a bunch of different facts on many different people saying.
We're gonna let the ISA rep speak first.
We were told that what summer barbecue has been running for a very long time. I would clarify, no, it's not 20 years, but it's been a very long time and it's been going on since Sarah Doggan been a part of OYP and she's been here for a very long time, for at least 10 years or so. And I would like to clarify that all the ISA, all the events on that list, including summer barbecue, are organized and planned and bought by ISA. OYP helped us if we need some more fun. OYP helped us to go buy some because none of the ISA exec have a card. She go buy us the stuff. And she knows people.
Senator Harvey.
It's kind of a question for anybody in this room that can answer it. Do we know how many years the president, student government has funded this for?
I think I can probably answer that if that's okay. So I sit here every year since the dawn of time. I've been here for 25 years. And the barbecue does happen annually, but I have never heard student government funding it ever before. OIP has funded it in the past for all of my memory. I sit here every year. I've never heard the summer barbecue come through before. I just asked Pam to verify that, but I'm pretty sure.
Senator Kemper.
I moved to previous.
All those in favor of moving to previous? Hands up, commit, guys, commit. All those opposed? All those abstaining? All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? All those abstaining from the vote? The amendment dies. I didn't fill it out. We are back to considering the budget as is, and we will start in debate. Vice President Allen.
I feel like this is more than fair, from our conversation that President Deloge and I had with, Representative DeMarchant and the advisor of ISA. It seems like there's definitely some very like blurred lines between what is ISA's event, who's planning it versus what is OIP. Again, this is more money than we're giving any other representative board, community association, or division of student government, excluding student entertainment. So I feel like UBC's recommendations are more than fair.
Any further debate on the budget? Going once, no one twice, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes.
All right, next up is Wildstein.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so the bulk of our budget, $8,500, in fact, out of our roughly 10,000 budget goes directly towards the drag show. The tragic thing about the timing of this is that because the drag show is pretty much always the previous weekend from the budget meeting, they never have the exact number this year, so I have to work on the previous years every time. But 8,500 is accounting for the cost of performers, the cost of the host, and the cost of the CCA. Again, I do not yet have the CCA bill for this year or the exact attendance numbers, but I do have a sort of partial number that we got sort of part of the way. When people were still coming in, there was at least 330 people at the event last night, with more people coming in at that time. And the year before, I don't remember the exact number, but it was close to 400 people. That's why that much money goes towards that event, because we get a lot of people at it, and CCA bill is not cheap. And especially with it potentially going up next year, I have an extensive spreadsheet with all of our expenditures throughout the year. The drag show amount is accurate, and then every other event, pretty much everything in this budget goes towards the various events we do. The Gay Thanksgiving is based off our numbers from this year. It's also increased a little bit for growth and safety. lavender problem amounts, lavender graduation. Most of that goes towards the funding of the Rainbow Cords, because in past years, those have been donated by the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, the Rainbow Research Center, who did extras at some point. We have been buying them ourselves this year. I know based off, we had about 30 last year. So I already bought 30 for this year, and that cost us about $263. I don't know if we're going to need more yet because we haven't had the event yet, the sort of preliminary amount that we have so far. What was I missing? The only thing that was amended was the meeting food, which is totally fair. I'm not gonna contest that. I thought that was fair. And the only thing, and then there's Trans Day Remembrance, again, based off the amounts for this year, exactly. If anyone wants to see this spreadsheet, I've been keeping very careful track this year. This is the cost of getting a bouquet, for one flower for each life lost throughout the year, and the cost of those candles. Other than that, the rest of our budget is pretty low. Just bake sales for our fundraiser, craft supplies for every year we do a variety of crafts, usually themed around Pride to some extent. We do Pride themed pumpkin painting, you know, beginning of the year we talked earlier, pumpkins are not cheap. And this is pretty accurate to the numbers that we've done for our various events. And then just the obligatory printed flyers, taping materials, but most of this is just towards the drag show, which again, usually gets between 350 to 400 people. Any questions?
Great. Yeah, do we have any questions for our speaker, Vice President Allen?
Point of privilege, I'm not sure if you like explicitly mentioned it, but in addition to the CCA rental, we also pay some of the drag performers, so that's where the other money that isn't the CCA rental goes towards the drag show.
Yeah, I think I said that, but if I didn't.
Perfect.
Great, Senator Kemper?
Point of privilege, EBC cut meeting food just because it's not within our financial policies.
I thought that was fair.
Any other questions for our rep? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Seeing none, to debate. Seeing none, we will, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority of the affirmative, that passed. Do we now reconsider all?
Yeah, I mean, we're done with community association, so if any senator wanted to do anything again, they could, but.
Okay, yeah. Does anybody have anything that they want to go back to or discuss? Your Representative Bland.
I do have a question. Did the feminist collective not submit a budget?
Correct.
Any other points of business for this session? Seeing none, and if it's the pleasure of the Senate, I am going to declare a 5-minute recess as we are 3 minutes in. If somebody wants to fight me on that, sorry, 3 hours in. If anybody wants to fight me on that, do so now. Okay. We'll be back at 9.
Some of us haven't gotten up every time. I like to harass you, what do you? My job, your job, you know, my job. I'm 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's like, I think that's what we. It's that, you wouldn't know how it's gonna stay.
I will stay.
I gotta know, I have I'll get you. No, I have like.
Specific. Okay, so we're dealing, I mean, student legal services. They're in debate.
When you give your presentation,
Not festival, we did, okay, thank you.
when you give your presentation, you would say like, you. Make it six.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. That's it.
Yeah, speaking of the original, I could accept on stage, right, so I.
Pardon?
Yes. For now. Deputy Tony, I should share that up, like, the festival. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Vibes are up. Vibes are up. Vibes are up. I know. That was the hard part.
Now we have student again.
I feel like that'll be a big nothing, personally. We'll see.
I mean, none of the ones that have been conscientious have surprised me because they were the ones that were also conscientious and even.
ABC did a really good job.
Now, what happened, revenue, what happens if revenue is now, we're given.
Then we have lower amount.
It goes down like 60K. Yeah.
They're usually pretty accurate. Yeah, we've never really had, like, since Pam has been here, there's never been like a major.
Hey, stay hydrated.
Thank you. A major.
Deep breath, hydration, stretch a little bit. You're doing great.
We're coughing a lot early.
No, I'm still feeling terrible.
Oh.
I've been coughing up like phlegm. My thesis is due tomorrow. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, well, some poor planning on my part.
Who is it, who's it going to?
My thesis,
Yeah.
my advisor,
advisor?
Dr. Daniel Coleman in CHF.
Crap, I was hoping it was someone I knew.
And
I can
then,
vouch for you.
and then, well, we've been working on it together for over a year. And then I have Elizabeth Neiman on my committee for WGS.
Yeah.
Brian Pittman, who left, but he was on my committee before he left.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think it makes new man.
He is from Concept.
Good, cool.
And then Michael Haddock, who's in social.
Nice. Oh, so you have to defend tomorrow?
No, it's due tomorrow. I defend in 2 weeks, which is why. Well, which is why I was like, oh, April 17th, got nothing going on then. It's 2 weeks before you defend. That's tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I was smart, I would guess.
Very much so.
I'm sure.
I did sleep.
Advisor tomorrow, and then he got like a 2-day leeway for my committee, so it goes to my committee on Friday.
Okay.
But it's like sort of done.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know.
You know, like sit down, concentrate and do the whole.
Yeah,
Right.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't do it. Friday's been crazy.
Things.
Yeah, Friday's been crazy day. I'm good, how are you? You excited about your budget? So glad that you're so contributing to this meeting. So I was like, well, I just wish that it's not. Sorry, I don't say. Oh, yeah.
You're fine. I said, let's keep this train a rolling. Let's rock here till midnight.
Alrighty. Yeah. Is also.
Oh, just you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now that everyone's back mostly.
So somebody behind the phone sharing this?
Okay, so Sean has his own, our attorney, Sean Amora, has his own sort of budget for his expenses that it takes to run a legal practice in the basement of the Wade Center. So for advertising and correspondence, Sean is requesting $200 for business cards, $90 for mailing supplies, $60 for internet ads, which is similar to what Rep mentioned earlier, like targeted ads for students who may need legal aid. And then $350 for posters and pamphlets. Sean usually puts these out around the Wade Center, as well as if he's doing like a specific event, he'll create like a poster or a pamphlet for that. So total advertising and correspondence totals $900. He requested $200 for printing, $384 for his phone service, $340 for software. That includes Adobe and Microsoft Office. Sean uses Adobe to do a lot of different contracts. And it's also like a tool that he uses very frequently, as well as with Microsoft Office. Sean runs his own website, which is distinct from the student government website. It's not on WordPress. It's like a much better website than WordPress. It allows him to do like bookings through it and things of that nature. It's in Sean's contract that he has a parking decal, which is the parking permit that you have to pay to park on campus, as well as a BJ's membership, which is in his contract. And he was $3 off on the math, so that's why that rate's changed. For education, bar insurance, and registrations, membership. So when you're an attorney, you have to do these things called CLEs. It's called continuing legal education. And you have to do it basically to stay an attorney in your state. And it's basically just like classes that keeps you up to date on current versions of the law. Sean does a really good job of finding like cheap or free or online CLEs, partly because he doesn't like going to them in person and partly to save us money. You have to pay to be a member of the Bar Association yearly. So for Sean to stay an attorney, he needs $265. The in-court CLEs are like the stuff that's more like constitutional law. And then the other CLEs are like special areas. Like Sean does a lot of family law, a lot of like landlord tenant use things. So he tries to go to CLEs that like pertain to those areas. And then for some reason, there's two costs associated with being barred: a bar association membership and Maine state bar registration. It's just the world of attorneys. And then Sean has his own personal insurance, which is $725. For his law library, these are like the books that Sean has in his office. I think if you sit in this room, you have to go meet with Sean, so everyone's seen them. Of course, the law is constantly changing, so he needs some updated like statutes and things like that to help serve students more effectively. So that is a statutory update, court rules update, which is more like general stuff, and then other, like I said, he does a lot of like family law and also business stuff, like a lot of contracts for us. The only change that EBC made was that Sean was $3 off in his calculations. And when I told him that, he said, that's why I'm the attorney and not the financial person. Sean does, actually, I'll save that for debate. So the total is $9,807. Oopsies. Which is just under what you requested last year.
Great. Do we have any questions about this line item? Senator Warren.
This is probably stupid. I'm just really curious why he has a BJ's membership.
It's part of his contract. It's like a benefit to working for student government. Pam has a Sam's Club membership. Additionally, if we want, like sometimes Pam especially will get like food from Sam's Club, but it's like an added bonus that Sean requests in his contract.
Any further questions about this budget? Senator.
Point of privilege, I don't think it actually reads the correct amount on the thing, thinking you'd make it $7 instead of.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that means something's wrong up there, or
Just give me 1 second. If anyone has any other questions, feel free to ask, but it is just something out there.
Any other questions? Senator Ricker?
Yeah, I just wondered, like, in the event that we have to have a meeting over the summer, and Sean has to like do some work like on some in some, do we have to like, is that part of the contract with our budget?
Like, is he paid over the summer?
Yes.
Sean is not paid over the summer. He doesn't work over the summer. I know President Delarge has had brought forth a resolution for my position and the president position. But it's definitely something that we could to amending. Sean's contract is up and that's like my next project after tonight. So likely there'll be something in his contract about that. We've already discussed that.
Any other questions?
Okay, I need just a second. Cause then now.
How's everybody doing? Actually, I have a question. Sure.
Is telephone like, does he run like a telephone hotline for like people who are in need, or like, is that just what it costs to have a telephone in the place?
The ladder.
Someone else should answer that, I'll be just doing this.
Hey, no, she answered it. It is the latter. She said.
I didn't hear.
I'm just kidding, you need to look.
I need that, I guess, yes, sir. That was fun. It's up.
Oh, well, it's a very good question.
It's a question.
Okay.
Everyone should listen.
If you were in Sean's position, would you want a Sam's Club membership or?
Personally, I've never been to BJ's and my mom's always gotten Sam's Club membership and in tandem also have one of her cards, which is pretty cool. So Sam's Club, or actually, no, I think about BJ's because I already have a Sam's Club membership. That's my reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go one by one and answer them. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Matt has my credit card right now.
That's illegal. Don't.
Not?
I'll scare people.
This is gonna take me longer than like I should spend standing here to figure out like the math. So we could do,
Discussion. On the.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
or we could just make a stipulation that I like fix the math to the total tomorrow or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I know where the math error is. I
Oh,
think
goodness.
you have the parking detail and BJ's club membership listed separately, but then it's also included in the total for one of these. The one that you had to amend to 1197, I think.
Bravo.
Should we give Cass a raise?
Well. We'll get there, we'll get the salaries really soon. Oh, goodness. We can give everybody the today.
Oh my.
Thank
We're back on track.
Yeah, the only other thing that I didn't cover, which is, sorry. Sean's work study student, which I totally forgot about because it's on a separate page. Sean, in the past, Sean has employed a work study student for 20 hours a week. But work study is a little different in terms of like pay scale. Because work study, like the government pays half and then like we would pay half. But Sean has had trouble finding a work study student that he like jives well with and, well, like, no, but like.
Point of privilege, can I expand on that? Like, the reason why he hasn't had a work study student is because confidentiality is very, very important. And so Sean prioritizes confidentiality of his particular student that he works with over the availability of being able to have a work student. So if he finds a work study student that he doesn't necessarily trust, he prioritizes another student who he feels can better manage confidentiality.
Yeah, I was getting to that. That was gonna be my next sentence. So he has someone currently employed, that is not a work study student, but prefers that this person work 10 hours a week, instead of 20 hours for a work study student, so it's the same amount of money.
All right, do we have any other questions before we move into discussion on this? All right, discussion. Debate. All those in favor? All opposed? All abstaining? Seeing a clear majority, that passes.
I'm so excited. Everybody else
Up is student entertainment and
Right, gang, it's not big money.
All right,
So this is exactly what we have spent. EDC removed 40 grand. 41 grand,
40.
40, out of this,
Sorry, 41.
out of this, I think that should go back in. I don't know when I'm allowed to say that, there's a blue paper thing that's gonna happen at some point, I don't know when that is. This money is spent, my budget right now is very small. I will be in here next week to ask for money to do the food trucks for Maine, because there's nothing left. And that's just how much the events have cost, you know, so. Yeah, there's not really much to present on, you've heard about the events, that's how much they costed. And next year, you're gonna need something similar to that, so, there you go.
can you expand on UMaine's Got Talent first? Cause I don't
Good God,
we'll expand on what it was.
So UMaine Got Talent was gonna be our talent show, CSI does their own. And then there's Mr. Fraternally and all this other stuff. It was determined redundant. Gone.
Perfect. Any questions for the speaker? Vice President Chaplin.
Point of information for anyone from EDC, why don't you guys cut the amount you did?
Want to answer that one, Kate?
Sure. So we cut UMaine's Got Talent for the reasons just previously stated. Also because I don't think it's ever been, or it hasn't been done in recent years. And again, like Senator Thompson, I believe said before that we don't tend to fund things that aren't sort of precedents in the budget at least. And so we decided to cut $40,000. I think the line item was main event 3-ish. Just because we felt that having 2 main events would be just fine, and having 3 main events is an extra $40,000 that we have to spend.
It was, yeah, oh, I see what you mean, the concert.
For the concerts, we kept the comedian line.
So there are still.
So there would still be 3, and then 4 would be an extra $40,000.
President Deloitte.
So I was actually the one that proposed this change in EBC. So there are, the way that this budget is written, as you can see, the next VPSC would be required to spend $40,000 per event. As we know, well, I guess it's not necessarily possible, I think, for the next VPSC to spend $40,000 on each event. Some events cost more, some events cost less. And so I thought that the way that this was written out, where it mandates $40,000 for each event, is a little restrictive for the next VPSC. And so I suggested that we have a lump sum of money amended down to EBC. They were more comfortable with a smaller amount of money as opposed to $160,000 for 4 events, or $120,000 as a lump sum of money. That way the next VPSC can choose whether they want one $20,000 event, one $30,000 event, and then one $70,000 event, if that's how the math works out. You know what I mean? Instead of requiring specific events that are all of the same dollar amount.
Senator Waters.
Is there a way to add a stipulation that they couldn't
if that line item gets condensed, that they could spend $120,000 on one event and then it would have to be split up?
Yes, because it says main event times three, that they have to do three, and then they choose how they spend that money.
Got it, thank you.
What President Deloitte is saying is the correct way to do it. I had like 8 revisions of this and we were asked at one point to break it out. But the easiest way for someone in my position to do it is just one bad account that has everything in it. That is by far the easiest thing, because you would have to go in and change this. A $40,000 show doesn't exist. No one would have any idea what's going on. It can't happen.
Any other questions for our speaker, Senator Rocky?
So obviously, Mr. Paternity is pretty different and it's something. Is there like a tangible difference between the CSI talent show and what UMane's talent would be? Or are they like the same?
So the CSI talent show was like, yeah. The CSI talent show is like based around a charity event. So we were going to like partner with them. But the whole event was already planned out. So what they were actually asking us to do was bankroll them. And like, we can't do that because it wasn't our event. So if we wanted to do our own thing entirely, we could, but there's already a space for a talent show without us spending that money is the moral of the story, you know? So we could do something different, but it does already exist.
Any other questions for Vice President Moore about the entertainment budget? We will move into discussion. Vice President Allen.
If the $40,000 were to be added back in by a senator or considered, the projected unallocated for next year would be $73,000.
For the whole year,
For
correct?
the whole year. If it was to be added back in.
Any other points for discussion? Debate. Senator Waters.
BBC got it right, 160K is way too much, especially for entertainment.
Vice President Moore.
I can say like whatever right now, right?
You can debate.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so
We're figuring it out.
I just want to talk it through because I'm not sure people who haven't been to SEC know how the money was spent. The Sammy Ray and the Friends show cost $36,000, and that was just the actual artists. We didn't pay for any production or anything else. That in and of itself would have been at least another $20,000. So if we wouldn't have had the opportunity to work with the CPA and for it to be their event and we're paying for all the students to go free, that event would have been close to $65,000, which that amount added to this food truck thing at the end of the year is 40 grand. So no matter which way you kind of cut it, if you want the scale of events we had this year, or it's broken up in a different way, but still that same amount, the 40 grand is almost necessary. This was a $203,000 year. We've had the very fortunate thing of the CCA paying for like more than half of that show was 62,400 and something. So like, if they wouldn't have offered that show would not have happened at all. So, and like I said, I'd be in here next week for the amount of events that we have now. So if you want that, there does need to be more money, or there will be less events next year, kind of no matter what. You can't really do concerts for that small of an amount.
We haven't heard from
Just a quick point of privilege, student entertainment can come back and ask for money at any point, just like any other committee.
VP Lance Peterson.
So this is a question for VP Moore. Based on your logic and what you just explained, what exactly would student entertainment be losing next year if they don't get this funds? Like based on their plan, what they want to do? What exactly would they not be able to do?
So obviously nothing's been planned yet, but possibly an entire show.
So to clarify, we would go from 4 shows to 3 shows. Correct? Okay, no, right now we have 3 shows. If we didn't add the 40 grand, we would still have 3 shows. Is that correct?
I mean,
Ish,
because we put them all in one big lump sum. So it would be very small shows. You know, people are very expensive for concerts. It's very, very expensive. So I'm not sure what a $40,000 show looks like, but we've never had. It would be significantly smaller than anything you've ever seen.
Senator Cover.
Respectfully, this slays, and we're giving you $120,000, which is by far the largest portion of our budget. The second largest being ISA, which has what we just discussed, which is like in the realm of 10 to 15,000.
Senator, I think it's Warren. You can't really see past, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
There's something of information for really anyone who can answer it. So the way that this is written, next year's VPSE would have to hold 3 separate shows. We using this $120,000, is that correct?
Point of privilege, that was what is suggested by EBC. In addition to coming back to, like hypothetically, someone could come back to EBC and ask for more money. They can also ask for the line, like name to be changed. And it's just up to the discretion of EBC.
Senator Thompson.
This is more of point of information. If you are unsure of what a $40,000 concert would look like, then why is that the amount that was budgeted?
Oh, well, like something more, but I don't know, just so interesting.
Pretty much honestly, for the sake of it all being even, you know, when we were advised to take out the big lump sum and put it in as these 4 shows, there's no way, just because you need to, like, I have a whole agent who like calls people and sends me the Excel sheets that have different people on it. You still have to know who's available and stuff, so there's no way to just gauge how much a show is gonna cost without, or excuse me, with the person, with the artist. All the other money we can figure out, and what that leaves over doesn't include the actual artist. Like you could spend $40,000 and have no one perform, you know? So that's just kind of how we broke it up. The easiest way, like I said, like President Dolores said, is one big lump sum count. Because it's going to change.
Which is how it is currently. It's currently one big lump sum.
Yeah, yeah. It does.
Before anybody gets confused. Yeah, because it's, yeah. Yeah, I get you. Senator Rocky.
I just want to say that we're always going to fund student entertainment the most by far, so I don't think that the fact that we're funding them the most by far should be a reason not to fund them more, because that's just how it's always going to be.
Senator Ball.
This is the budget meeting, we have to make cuts, it's either we cut this, or when we talk about sports club later, we have to cut some of their things that they asked for, so some of their national trips. Or we have to reconsider other things that pass through. 70,000 isn't really that much of a working budget. That's much less than we had this year or many previous years. So we're gonna have to cut something. This is something that EBC decided was best to cut. If the general student center wants to make choices later about what else to cut, they can, but I feel like this is, like, as it is now, is the best way.
Right. I'm looking for new points of debate. Senator Ricker.
Yeah, it's just a question to kind of clarify the role of the student team. When it says like main event, is that necessarily constituting someone outside student government, or is it just an event that the student entertainment puts on?
What? So more time.
When it says like main event number 1, that's just an event, that like, that's just like any event, really. It just happens to usually get us to more debate.
Right, yeah, so like that concert, that was a big concert, the Maine Day concert, it was scary, that was the main event. I have like permanent signs that say that on it, so that's just how we have marketed it.
The court understood that fun title. Yeah, we've chosen to call the events that we put on. Representative Burnton.
So this is also in relation to main event. So if for whatever reason the amendment would pass of 4 main events, I'm assuming there's gonna be 2 main events in the fall, 2 main events in the spring.
That is the idea.
So, and you mentioned, you said there was the possibility that you wouldn't get a 4th main events. Can you clarify like how much, like, can you quantify that on like a percentage basis, or how likely is it if it were to pass as it is? Cause in relation to what Senator Bohm and Allen had mentioned, $73,000 isn't exactly a cushy amount. I mean, if there were to be debates on that, shouldn't that be saved for next year? And by next year, the fourth main event could have been made up anyways, and we didn't have to worry about it. And that way we didn't have to be scrambling to move money from different places, if that makes any sense. We had that.
Yeah, this kind of leads into something else I was gonna talk about too, so. I don't know if you all remember, but that survey I sent out at the beginning of the year, when last year the budget was absolutely chopped in half. And it was the opinion of the Senate to move to a series of smaller shows. Okay, smaller shows has nothing to do with the main event. You know, there is no small show that's not like out on pieces of plywood, like behind the fraternity, you know? There's like, we can't have a concert on campus like last year. That barely flew last year, but it was way too much of an interruption to campus. That isn't gonna happen. There's no cheaper option. And it was this collective vote in this room to decide to go with more smaller shows. If you cut this $40,000, it is less smaller shows. There's no other way around it.
Compartmentalizing. President Lawrence.
I once again, we're in debate, correct?
Correct.
I once again think that this is adequate and that the Senate next year should join SEC and decide how to spend this money. I feel like this leaves a perfect amount of wiggle room. We're talking in circles and we're not gonna solve the world's problems tonight discussing this. I think that this is great.
Senator Basil.
I move with the previous, but.
Second.
I figured. All those in favor of moving to previous? All those opposed? All those abstaining? All those in favor of the budget as is? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Next up.
I told you it would die.
All right. Next up is student leadership.
Hey guys, so I'm gonna go through this really quick. I'm looking at my old one too, and I really can't see that far. So, sure. I think it was only one line item that was cut, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I guess that will go. So the first one is recruitment materials, $750. So this is like the brochures we have, flyers, and merch. It's a lot less than we spent on merch this year, but that's because we have a whole crap ton of merch that we're keeping for next year. So it's not like they're gonna be missing any of the stuff there. And $750 is enough to kind of get like 2 new orders if they want to get stuff from WS Emerson. Binder materials and binders, just some wiggle room there in case we need to order new binders, or if the VPSL wants to get any certain materials for the binders, like Robert's Rules training stuff. And then the other 3 items, so the leadership retreat, that's our internal leadership training for UMSG. That's kind of based around what similar to what we're spending this year. With a little bit more money, so you guys kind of food at the event. Recruitment programming is kind of the external facing events that I've done a little bit with Swell this year. I've been in talks with doing them with the department that ISA works with, but we didn't actually end up doing them this year. But so that's just kind of the external facing events for us. And then leadership programming, which is the line that got cut, is kind of the external facing leadership events that we would do. And it was cut completely validly because we really haven't done a lot of those this year. But you're gonna see one of the requests come through next week for us to do one with CSI. And they're kind of just meant to be like those external leadership trainings for the entire undergraduates. Next year, I'm gonna recommend the VPSL do the Robert's Rules training as a public facing event. Yeah. And I think that's it. If you want, what's the total there?
As you submitted a total of $3,200, EBC amended it to 2,650.
And I support the amendments.
All right. Are there any questions for Vice President Chaplin on the student leadership budget? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Debate. All those in favor? All those opposed, all those abstaining, seeing a clear majority, that passes.
Alrighty, next is the FEDC.
This is really simple, guys. This should be super fast. Oh, really, you can go to you can just go to like the total one, because they don't, I'll just like, I know it, yeah. So essentially, we would need to like reimburse people. If there are 3 candidates, that's $300, but that could move around depending on the next, whoever the next me is. And then also, events, and then equipment and materials is like 2 things to pay for, food and reimbursing people. Food is under $675. Reimbursing, wait, Paige, you can just stay on the right, please. Sorry. And then equipment and materials is just like reimbursing people, and that totals $975. But usually there are more people running. So this number makes sense because less money could go into $675, theoretically there'd be like $400 or $500 in equipment or materials. But this total number makes sense because it allows for flexibility within campaign reimbursement. And if anyone has any questions, here, read it.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear, well, there's something, there was a vote over there, I don't know what it was for. But seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes.
Next is the Director of Communications / the Marketing Committee, that's what we put it under.
I am requesting $650 for printing, $1,000 for merch for special events, and $100 for Canva Pro. Printing costs include flyers, posters, stickers, and anything else that the future DOC has in mind. And then this year I have done 2 t-shirt orders, and I'm going to do 1 more, which I think has been a good amount of orders that the DOC could use next year. And then as for Canva Pro, that is what I use for every single thing that I do. That's it.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Okay. I just wanted to note that the VPSO did not submit a budget this year. We talked about it and she decided that she didn't want to submit one. And then we did student leadership, so now we're technically on committees for those who are keeping track of the spreadsheet. Okay. Next is membership. The membership chair did not attend any of the annual budget meetings, so I presented the membership budget to the DC, and I can do the same now. The membership budget in the past, before we had the VPSL, did like the binders and also the retreat, but now that we have the VPSL, it's sort of shifted around to be a part of their position. So effectively, the budget for membership is just food that's for the year.
Any questions? Welcome. Do you have anything else to add, Chairman Beck?
No, yeah, what BPFA Alan said is pretty much it. This should be the same as was funded last year, minus everything that the VPSL does now. I do want to express to the Senate that this amount for food, when split up, averages to just under 200 per meeting, which means that it will only be OHOP. I have no problem with that, but if a senator does, they should raise that up.
When a privilege, someone membership chair could also come back next year and ask for more money.
All right, any questions for PPF Allen or Chairman Feng about the membership budget? Senator Buzzell.
Chairman Beck, what do you think would be an appropriate amount for food if we wanted something like Oriental J more often, besides the not OHA?
The way that I've been doing it this year under Pam's advisement is something like Oriental Jade or Chipotle or Harvest Moon will average around 350 or higher. And pizza is usually about 100 something. So the reason why I've done OHOP so much is no, sorry, that's not answer your question. Total budget, 55 to 6 is my
55 to 6100.
5,500.
Okay. Cool. Any other questions for Jim and then? All right, discussion. Debate. Representative Friend.
Hey guys, point of information, during my time at Cannes, in order to get 10 pizzas, particularly with Angelo's, it was around $190.20. For whoever that information is relevant regarding pizzas.
Senator Stewart.
Yes, as someone who's worked at OHOP, it is a circus, and I think we would be better off doing something like Angelo's, like some person the friend said. I've worked in that place, I've seen the horrors that go on there. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, I'm going to, as funny as that too, but really not. And I do really appreciate it right now. I am gonna ask for relevant points of debate. But I liked it. Senator Ricker.
Yeah, of all things involving our student government budget, consider that this one directly, and this one's like basically a luxury item for us in a sense. I think of all things, it makes sense to push this one off and have the membership share come back over the fall if they really want more money. If we're gonna try to unallocated money.
Good, Vivi Allen.
Yeah, the other thing, just to add on, I definitely second Senator Ricker's points, but we shouldn't really be guessing in terms of what we want to spend money on during the annual budget. If we don't have a confirmed figure, we should just keep this, and the membership chair can come back and ask for more next year if they need it.
Representative Brown.
Hey, sorry, I forgot to mention it. It was $190.20 for around 10 pizzas.
Any other points for debate?
No, just figuring.
Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority, that passes.
Alrighty, so now is the part where I talk for a bit, and then we just keep going from there, I guess. I didn't really need to say that. Under committees, a long time ago, way before I was here, there was a student code of conduct oversight and review committee that was appointed, I believe, Lori can correct me if I'm wrong, but by the president's office to like audit UMSG from a university standpoint. But let's just kept it there, but they don't exist. Office salaries will be done in executive session for contracts, student wages for student government. This equates to $62,430. This is money to pay our executives, our clerk, all of like the DOC, the DOT, FEPC, the APPSC, basically anyone who is not a representative, like a rep board, a community association, or who, or isn't like a full-time employee. And the number is higher than it was last year, because Pam went off of an old number, that didn't include Jacob's position or, the DOT, I believe, because we didn't have one.
Are there any questions about that? Are we here to debate, discuss all that?
Right, moving into discussion. Debate. Is that a hand raise?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but is inflation with the representatives like that are on here?
That is the next line.
The next line, sorry, my apologies.
Great, all right. All those in favor? All those opposed? All of them, all right. All those abstaining, seeing the majority, that passes. All
All right, we don't have to. It just wastes time. So the next line item is student taxable, not to be a hater, but, student taxable wages for boards and community associations. We added a couple rep boards this year. So the number is a bit higher. I did keep the money in to pay a potential seed rep. Obviously, the Senate can change this if they wish. I know that there has been conversation, very recent conversation about starting seed back up. So I put it in the budget, so the future VPSO wouldn't have to do a funding request to pay that person.
Perfect. Any questions about that? Discussion. Do you have a question?
Yeah, it was a question. So, in relation to, just adding another representative on the board, that's something that can be revisited next year, if that depends. If, another representative were to be added next year, like that can be added back.
Like we can move money to pay another rep board if we need to?
Yes.
Yes, that would be, we've done that.
That's all I wanted to add.
Yep. Advisor Sedalko.
I'm just curious, in general, has there been a cost of living raise for the wages for student government reps or execs at
There has
any
not.
time ever?
They increased the pay for student government employees a couple of years ago, I think like 2017, 2018. Yeah, you correct me if I'm wrong. That's the last like bump in wages that student government, not full-time employees have experienced. But yeah, we don't get adjusted for CPI, unlike our full-time employees.
I'd be happy to talk with anyone about that, or, I mean, I guess discuss that now. But I think that's a topic that should be discussed for a later date. I think at one point, our student wages were competitive, and I don't think they're very competitive anymore. But personally, I was unwilling to entertain that this year for a lot of different reasons that I'm happy to discuss, like people individually or in another meeting.
Great. Any other questions about the wages for reps and community association? Discussion. Debate. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Alrighty, so next is payroll taxes. This is like sort of included with it's only for our 3 full-time employees. However, it doesn't like delineate it would be very hard for someone to figure out like what the 3 full-time employees make, pretty much impossible. So I kept it in a public presentation of the budget. It is up a bit from last year because we have cost of living raises and that is associated with a higher payroll tax. Included in payroll tax is medical, which is 1.45% of each full-time employee's salary. They pay half and student government pays half, and then Social Security, which is 6.2%. And those percentages are dependent on the contract and the federal government.
Great. Any questions about that? Discussion? Debate. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Passes.
Alrighty, so next is the unemployment taxes. This number went down. I asked him about this a couple weeks ago because we haven't had any claims for unemployment, which is good. So it sort of like fluctuates over time and it's 2.62% of a bunch of like all of our salaries, the full-time employees' salaries. And is again dictated by the federal government. And yeah.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining?
You're not funny.
All right, moving on. So corporate insurance, including crime, and a bunch of other various things. We have traditionally always done $4,000 for this. We need $4,000 of corporate insurance in case something happens.
Okay. Questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining, passes.
All right, health insurance. I should have mentioned this at the beginning, but I'll get into it more when we do, like, when we go into the executive session. Obviously, student government is for students, but we also are a business that employs 3 people full-time. So the group health insurance cost is, this year is up a bit, to $43,000. That is a lot cheaper than what we would get if we were like a standalone company, but the University of Maine Student Government is fortunate enough to like sort of pay into the University of Maine's group health insurance program. So this is like a cheaper going rate for health insurance than if we didn't go by the university's plan.
Great. Any questions? Discussion.
I will add a point for discussion that this is in all of their contracts. Like, we have to do this.
Debate. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Alrighty, next, something very similar, not similar, but same sort of vibe. Workers' comp insurance, up again, just a tad from last year, just based on rising costs and things like that. We just have to get insured in case someone were to get hurt on the job.
All right. Questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Passes.
Alrighty, now we get into our office budget. So we'll go line by line again for this, but there's not too much explaining. Advertising and correspondence for all student government usually, or this line item has sort of like floated around in the past. Now that we have a BPSL and an established DOC, this line is a lot less than it has been. Not last year, it's the same as last year. This is just sort of like the fund, if anyone in student government needs to advertise something, say it'd be like a committee, or if the DOC or the BPSL needs, just like a tad more money, in this line of the EBC.
Great. Questions? Senator Waters?
I'm so sorry. So for all these, if they come back to return to return to unallocated, do we see that like in a few weeks? So we'll actually get to see what we did use this year?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So it's kind of complicated to explain, but when money gets returned, we have like a real and an imaginary unallocated figure. So our imaginary unallocated figure is like what we're expecting to receive back from like clubs who've returned and things like that. So I don't know if it's entirely possible to get like an item, like I guess you could definitely go ask Pam and like I can provide that to the Senate if they wish, like how much of that line item we've used at the end of the year. But it all does go back to unallocated and it contributes to that like imaginary figure that then becomes real towards the end of the fall semester.
Great, Senator Pepper.
This is more of a general question. Procedurally, do we have to discuss, debate, and vote on every one of these line items, or could we do it at the end?
I genuinely believe yes.
I mean, that's the way we've been doing it. I feel like we should keep doing it that way.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's why I've been kind of like really quickly, yeah. Any other questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Okay, next, awards and recognition. This fund is used to buy all of our graduating seniors their like cords, and we get like stole thingies. It says like UMSG, and then it'll say like senator, mine will say BPFA or whatever. And then it also purchases like the nameplates that we have in the office. And if we needed, like if a member of exec wanted to purchase an award for like an event that we're doing, that could also be taken out of this line item. And it's, I checked with Pam today, actually, most of it is gone from last year.
Any questions? Discussion? Hopefully, John?
The representative board doesn't get these things, or do we not get this privilege?
Yes, yes, they do. Okay. All members have their own limited. Okay. Any other questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
All right, bank charges, this is pretty simple. Sometimes, you know, things happen and the bank just like ends up charging you, like a small fee. I don't know, we have a very large bank account, obviously, and $100 is usually what gets, used in terms of bank charges.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Okay, next is computer and accessories for all student government. Last year this was $3,500. This fall, DOT Mills, came to EBC and did a presentation, about getting a new computer for our DOC and then also our BPS. Brian,
Huh? Sorry, I missed that last part.
you came and asked for, or like, this money was already allocated, but you came to EBC and, you did a, like, kind of like a funny request, the money was already allocated for a computer for the DOC, and what was the other computer for? Who was it for?
Oh, Sean's legal desk, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I don't foresee any like computers really like breaking or anything like that. Or like, it also includes accessories like keyboards and like mouses and stuff. I felt that $500 was fine, and then if we really do need like a new computer, if one breaks or something, that the DOT or someone else can come back and ask for that money.
Questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Passes.
Okay, conference and travel, we've never really used this. Usually we allocate $1,000. No one goes to conferences and no one travels, so I took it out.
We could vote on that if there's no allocation.
I don't think so.
Okay, moving on.
So the next line items, I think we can do together, because they're the exact same thing. Is the executive fund for both the president and the vice president. This, anything purchased using the executive fund has to be approved by the BPFA. So it's not just like a fund that the president and the vice president can use for whatever they want. But this is typically used for just like random things that come up in student government. It's also been used to cover some things that like don't necessarily, like always, I don't know, like a couple like mistakes and things that happen with student works. I don't know if Michael or Keegan wanna speak any more on that, but I feel like whenever they use their exec fund, they announce this.
Yeah, we're required to
Yeah.
report it, and also this money is like, in my opinion, super duper important. Because there have been times, maybe not this, but there has been a few times, I think Concord Bus, whatever we did. My exec fund covered some of that because math was wrong. So this is pretty important because in the past, it hasn't just been $100 or so, it has been a lot more. And this is just kind of pretty vital that the president and the vice president can act swiftly with the BPFA to cover things so that we don't have to wait an entire week if we don't have that much back. Great. Any questions? Senator Martel.
President DeLorean, didn't you use some of your executive budget to pay for the vigil for Lewiston shooting?
I did.
Okay, so that's stuff like that too.
Yeah, I like last minute events that I can't necessarily, like, don't have time to like go to EBC for. That's like a great example. Other like accounting differences, like I think there was a request from student leadership that was like plus or minus $72, like I covered that, things like that. I think it's very important.
Any other questions about exec funds? Discussion? Debate? Although, that was a vote. Okay, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, that passes.
All right, next is legal and accounting. This is definitely a heftier line item. This is what our auditing company, mainly is what our auditing company charges us to perform the audit. And also if we have any questions about whether like something in the financial policies would be permissible under the audit, like our contract with them also allows us to ask the questions. And there's also the legal part of it is if we needed to ask an attorney who wasn't Sean a question, there's like a little bit of need for that. But Pam has shopped around, she does it every year to see if the or the price that we get from our accounting firm is competitive, and she says, or Pam says that it's this number is about $6,000 cheaper than any other auditing in the area.
Great, any questions on that? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? Oh wait, did you have something?
We have to get audited, that's all.
All those in favor? All those opposed, all those abstaining, that passes.
All right, next is office equipment. This is just if like something breaks in the office, things of that nature. We usually use it all. I can't tell you explicitly what we use it on this year, but just like things come up in the office that break or that we need new things for. And instead of having to come to EBC, there's a little bit of money set aside for when something breaks.
Great, any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes.
Okay, so the next one, we'll do office furniture, but there isn't any money allocated towards that. We didn't have any last year. I don't think we need any new office furniture, and if we do need it, so I can come and ask for it at the BBC. So we'll move on to office supplies. This number also looks pretty hefty, but this is what QuickBooks goes under, which is what we use, for all of our, like, what Pam uses to do all of the accounting for student government, and also, excuse me, the payroll. This is where like the payroll, like doing our own payroll comes out of, and we do our own payroll, which is about $12 cheaper per check per week that we do. So doing our own payroll in-house saves us a lot of money rather than outsourcing it to someone else. So while this is like office supplies, I think printing is in here too. It's mostly for QuickBooks and the payroll.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Perfect. Moving on.
All right, next we have two parking decals, one for Pam and one for Jeff. Sean's is in his budget. To be honest, I don't quite know why we do it that way. These are where Jeff and Pam's land. So yeah.
Questions, discussion, debate, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, it passes.
Okay, next is the photocopy service contract. We got a new photocopier, or like the university went under a new contract, I believe, over the summer. So this is what it costs to keep us photocopying. And we definitely photocopy a lot.
Great. Questions, discussion, debate, all in favor, all opposed, all those abstaining, moving on. It's gonna get quicker.
Next is postage, pretty self-explanatory, anything that we need to mail. That's it.
Question, discussion, debate, all in favor, all opposed, all abstaining, great.
Okay, the next one, professional classes. While our employees don't regularly like take professional classes, they can, it's in their contracts that this money has to be provided, in case they wanted to take a class at the university, like, for example, if Pam like wanted to go take an accounting class, or something of that nature.
Questions? Senator Ricker,
Is it something exactly students?
No.
Is it supposed to be 2,400, 2,500?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Discussion, debate, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, moving on.
All right, next is repairs and maintenance. I also took this one down by quite a bit, as we don't have too many like repairs and maintenance. Something that, like, for example, that would fall under repairs and maintenance is, recently, like, the door to Jacob and I's office didn't lock all the way. So if you like jiggled the handle really hard, it just opened. But we got someone to come and fix it and put in a new lock, and that was repairs and maintenance.
All right, any questions? Discussion, debate, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, moving on.
Okay, next is the telephone. As we saw with Sean's, telephone, to use a telephone for the year is pretty expensive, and Pam and Jeff both use a telephone.
Questions, discussion, debate, all in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, great.
Okay, the use tax for Maine, use tax Maine, is basically like anyone who has nonprofit status doesn't have to pay like sales tax, like when you go to a restaurant. I don't know if anyone else has ever been a server, but some like nonprofits are like tax exempt or whatever. So sometimes Pam has to pay, or like when anyone who like falls under student government does that, Pam has to pay the use tax, so that's what that's for.
Questions, discussion, debate, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, seeing the majority, that passes.
Okay, and the last one for the office budget is VALIC, which is the retirement fund. So similar to what we have to do for like medical and social security, we pay half of this, employees pay half. It's in their contract, and this is like what we pay into their retirement funds for our 3 full-time employees.
Questions? Chairman Olson?
Why did we up it by $1,000? Are we like fully obligated to pay more money to their account?
So it's based off of, it's a percentage of their salary, and their salary's been up because of CPI.
And so, okay.
Great, any other questions? Discussion, debate, all those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, moving.
Okay, so that's the end of the office budget. What we have left is office budgets for other clubs, the sports clubs, special allocations, and then we have to go in executive session, which is quite a bit. But I don't know if we wanted to take another break, because I know people are kind of antsy.
Raise your hand if you want to take another break. All right. You got 5 minutes.
That's for my, like.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's one of the things that they intimidating.
Should I like?
I feel like intimidating.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like that one is going on.
Where do you live? So.
Yeah.
It's gonna be our suit, but I realize, yeah.
There's a water problem. Like you're okay right now.
Yeah.
And are they leaving right now?
No, no.
Yeah, probably have a solid.
Way past my bedtime.
Right. Numbers, yeah.
It's very stimulating, spell wrong. So many spells.
I'm going to run first.
See what would you like me to?
I just.
Okay, another one, right?
No.
Budget that had the spellings in it? Oh,
Sorry.
every single one.
I apologize.
Yeah, mine's scores. Yeah. That's so.
I mean, I.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, two words spelled differently.
No, John.
Well, none of them have like no budgets.
Yeah,
So.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more.
Have, thank you. I just might. Play scale. Let's laugh. Really. Got me. Yeah. What did you care about?
Such a strawberry wrap.
Oh. BBC, I don't think there's anything more that's really true. And then. One day. I know. It should be quite down. That's not how you pronounce the spell committee. I think this is.
It is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's 2 E's, right? I'm saying things twice, but.
I will. They will go get a or a box. I will.
I haven't yet, I'm doing it tomorrow. I didn't know if it's tough. Yeah, I just have not had time.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I have a seven-day.
Pretty less than. Take it, run. Quickly.
That's the only one you can. Yeah.
I don't wanna.
This is good.
And you know how to find.
Oh.
That makes you would even.
Oh, and I left the house at 5:45 in the morning, and it was like.
Oh, okay, I don't know the idea, I was just saying, it's better to be honest. What we had.
I did.
I did so dumb.
The island to me, it was, I'm not saying it.
Yeah. He's like, hey, it was just like, shit. I was like, oh, yeah, really? He's like, yeah, like, he's a shot town.
Okay.
I guess like, I definitely.
No, people like spring fest.
Yeah, well,
It's always spring fest.
Yeah.
People always have that.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I was like, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know.
Like, no,
Wait, sorry.
No, it'd be great. Yeah, no.
Tonight's first, and we all normal.
Say.
Yeah, I don't know, okay, I don't know if I'm going to go. I wanted to go because I.
No, yeah.
Haven't slept very much in the past few days.
You have more stuff, I'll be right back. I just had to.
Oh, I'm. Barely, I mean, I mostly like, I mostly don't have actually that many responsibilities, so.
Yeah, no, but tomorrow.
But, okay, so my tomorrow. Exemption thing for the new class.
That is the final hour.
And I'm well into, so. And then we- Regular meeting, 6:30 to 7. So thanks for letting me rant about that.
Yeah, oh.
I'm gonna call you back.
Thank you.
No rest for the weary, or I guess 5 minutes of rest for the weary, because that's all you get.
Yay!
Sit down. Okay. So, Vice President Allen and I have decided that, unless there is, any sort of pushback from any senator, we're going to pass the, office budget for clubs essentially as a consent agenda, because that's usually how they pass, and they're also all under $200, Senator Cooper.
Would you be able to spend 30 seconds slowly scrolling through them?
I bet we could do that.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Would you be able to spend like 30 seconds to a minute slowly scrolling through them so I can just see?
Absolutely, I can. I will also add that all of these were vetted by UBC, and anything that wasn't in accordance to the financial policies was cut. And now I will slow scroll.
Thank you.
It's like, he wants to talk about like maybe.
You don't mess around.
Dave's science club, Dave's. You should do like do something after.
I'm not gonna answer anything.
Take partners off. I've been here so much.
Cool.
Thank you, very helpful.
Any questions, on the office budgets? Discussion. Debate. All those in favor, all those opposed, all those abstaining, it passes.
No.
You wanted to do all.
What?
Let's keep it low, yeah.
Yeah, we're almost done, guys. If we just like focus, it'll go a lot quicker than if we're like talking and not focused. It'll just go much faster if we're focused.
And I know it's repetitive, but I do ask that we continue to uphold the technology policies and not be on phones. I know it's painful. I'm not asking what's on your phone. Yeah, I'm just asking it to go away. All right.
Okay, so we heard the presentation from the sports clubs earlier. So I am going to say each sports club and then the amount that they've requested. And I'll pause for a period of like discussion and debate. And I will keep the, like, I'll keep it split screen, if that makes sense. I'll go like that. Okay. So Alpine Ski is requesting, and this is without pay to play comes later. $5,000 for lodging, rentals, and entry fee and tuning equipment.
Great. Yes,
I have
Senator.
a question, I'm so sorry.
That's
So if we have an amendment that we want to make that would like kind of refer to pay to play, we should wait and hold on.
Because
Okay.
pay to play is under special allocations, this is just the tier funding.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so that is Alpine Ski.
Great.
And now, oh yeah, no, you go.
Are we going through, once again, like each of their requests, like I know they already said it, like are we going through each line by line? Or are we just going through the total?
Similar to what I just did for Alpine Ski, I'm gonna say each like line item out loud, like I just said, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and tuning equipment. And if anyone wants me to like, to ask a question, we can go back to the specific line items.
So we'll just essentially do a moment of pause. If you have anything to say, that is your time to speak it. If not, we will just truck on through. That cool?
Alrighty, and that's our pay to play, and I'll go back to you. Yes, Kyle.
Okay, question about Alpine Ski. Didn't they mention that they only need like 1 week, or just completely misunderstand what they said?
Yeah, so I can shed some light on that. They only practice for a week during winter break because it's very like, we don't live very close to ski mountains. And they also have to pay to practice. So they don't practice too often, but they do like race and they are. Okay, on to baseball. They are requesting for lodging, rentals, umpire fees, totaling $5,000 for tier 2. Crew. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, equipment. And then I believe they said during their presentation that was what they were gonna spend their money on, that they're not doing any of this. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, okay, and that's $10,000 for tier 1. Okay, next is equestrian team, $10,000. They are requesting for lodging, rentals, and entry fees, which include class fees and coaching fees. I've talked to Sean about this and they have their own contract, so they're covered as far as like coaching fees go. All right. Field hockey, $5,000 for tier 2. This one's really good. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, and balls. And refs, sorry. All right. Figure skating. Lodging, entry fees, equipment, which includes skate sharpening and skate guards, for a total of $5,000 for tier 2. Men's ice hockey, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and home game ref fees, totaling $10,000 for tier 1. And then they have a pay to play that we'll come back to. Men's lacrosse, lodging, rentals, entry fees, equipment, which includes balls and nets. They said that they were going to be holding off on the shot clocks, but of course, their total travel budget much exceeds the $5,000 that they're asking for. And if they were to host a home game or go to Husson, officiating costs and field rental costs. Alright. Men's rugby, tier 1 sport, $10,000 for lodging, rentals, entry fees. Or equipment, which is rugby balls, and then they have a couple of requestable items under other. Again, their travel totals of over $15,000, which is what they usually end up using from us. But that's officials, their VO service, which they use for film, and then their lift program, which is done through the university.
What is the $6,000?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty cool. The UMaine offers club sports the opportunity to train with, I believe, a graduate student who is doing not athletic training. Ethan didn't tell me that I'm wrong. A person who like does coaching, like exercise coaching, who's going to school for that, and it's a like deep discount. I think it's like $50 a session, and they lift like at least twice a week. But that program is available to any club sport who wants to use it. Most just aren't as serious and don't lift like rugby does. That's right. All right. Men's club soccer. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, equipment, which includes soccer balls and pennies, and then ref fees. And that is a total of $3,590, which technically qualifies them for tier 2, but they didn't need the $5,000, so they're requesting $3,590. All right. Next is men's ultimate frisbee, tier 1 sport, $10,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees. Next is mountain biking club. They recently became, or they're in the process of becoming a club sport and expect to be tier 2 for next year, which is $5,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees. Sailing, tier 3, which allows them to request up to $2,500. They didn't need that much, so they requested $2,170, which is for lodging, registration, and equipment. Okay. Next is tennis. They are tier 2. Again, lodging, rentals, entry fees. They also put in their requestable items, equipment, tennis balls, loaner rackets. They wanted to buy a couple like cheap rackets from Walmart for people who are just sort of like testing out the sport, as well as over grips. They put in uniforms as a requestable item. That's totally like within our financial policies, as long as they have a student government logo on them, and that'll have to be approved when they request it. And then tournament software, which is used to run like the home tournaments and their practices to like keep score. Okay. And then they have a bit of a men's volleyball. They are expected tier 1, just $10,000, lodging, bands, entry fees. Equipment, which includes volleyballs, a tripod, a volleyball antenna, a target net, a spike trainer, 2 blocking pads, and a serving machine, all of which that they said that they would be more than willing to share with the women's team. ABC had extensive, or not extensive, but we definitely discussed and asked a few questions about this, and everything seemed to be in order. Swimming. They are expected tier 2, which is $5,000, lodging, rental, entry fees. Women's basketball, we don't have a men's club basketball, if anyone was wondering that. They are expected tier 2, again, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and then the cost of officials for officiating home games. Women's volleyball, go to a new note. Women's volleyball, $5,000 for tier 2, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and 10 volleyballs. Women's fast pitch softball. At one point, I think we had a slow pitch softball, which is why they're called fast pitch softball. They are expected tier 2, which is $5,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees. And then umpires, which is $75 per ump per game, but you need multiple umps at a game. And usually there's 3 games in a home series. Women's ice hockey. Tier 2, $5,000. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, and officials for games. They totaled that at $5,870, and EBC amended it to $5,000, which is what they meant to request anyways. It's just about there. Women's lacrosse. Expected tier 2, which is $5,000. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, equipment, which includes balls, a shooter tutor, for anyone who doesn't know what that is. It's like the thingy that goes over the net and it has like little holes in it to simulate a goalie. And the pennies, which would have the UMSG logo on them. If they were the more like substantial kind that you don't just like toss on. Okay. Women's rugby, expected tier 1, which is $10,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and equipment, which is balls, and then they put in their ref fees, which is $150 per ref for 3 home games. Alrighty. Women's club soccer, tier 2, which is $5,000. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, equipment, which is cones and soccer balls, and then ref fees for their home games. Women X Ultimate Frisbee, which is a tier 1 sport, so $10,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees, and that is all. And this is a mistake, it should say 93, not. And that was just matter. Okay, women's soccer. Oh, okay, sorry, women's club soccer. Tier 2, which is $5,000, lodging, rentals, entry fees. Oh, I already did this one, sorry, someone. Like that. I think it's just out of order on the spreadsheet, which is fine. Okay, Woodsman team, tier 2, which is $5,000, lodging, rentals, registration, and then equipment for their home meets. And the last sports club, wrestling, which is tier 2, $5,000. Lodging, rentals, entry fees, and then some other stuff for like medical, and to just keep them safe while they're wrestling, which includes straps, tapes, mat cleaner, ref bands, and they wanted their own scale because they practiced in Langle, not in the rec center, and Langle doesn't have a scale, and being like the correct weight is very important for wrestling because you do it by weight class.
Senator Warren.
This is just out of curiosity, and I meant to ask it while they're, I'm thinking, is this a co-ed club? Is there no women's wrestling? Oh, there it is, okay.
Yep. They sent, I think, 4 women and 4 men to nationals, which is in the women made it part of the event. 2 and 2, my bad. 4 total.
That's the last one.
Yes, that is the end of
So
rest.
what I want to do is just to consider it as a whole. So are there any questions about the tier funding allocation as a whole? Any discussion? Any debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? That passes. Before we move on, I have to use the bathroom, so for the time being, Kyle's in charge.
Okay, so there are a couple of special allocations that we put in the annual budget because they don't really fall necessarily under like a specific group, or it's just easier to allocate them upfront. These include, back already.
Well, just to clarify, these ones I think should be this question
Yes.
discussion is good. Okay, just want to make that sure before I left and then everybody's like, "Oh."
So the first one is Canvas Groups. Canvas Groups is a software that's used. Guys, we just have a couple more minutes. So Canvas Groups is a software that's used by CSI and by student government. We pay $6,000. We've done it for the past 2 years. And that's sort of like to keep Canvas Groups running for CSI. And for us, I know that I use Canvas Groups quite frequently. VP Chaplin does his newsletter through Canvas Groups, and I know VP Ober also uses Canvas Groups extensively and is looking into doing some more work with CSI in terms of the update form. So I think, Kyle, if you wanted to call it out, we'll do.
One of the questions, questions. Discussion? Debate? We do it individually for like.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all those in favor? All those opposed? All abstaining? Same majority, that passes.
Okay, next is outdoor clubs. So this is something that was written into the financial policies and passed by the Senate last year. Last year, we found that a lot of outdoor clubs came to student government to request money. And the whole point of the annual budget is to get a better picture of our unallocated figure. So we thought that by setting money aside for outdoor clubs during the annual budget, it would just give us a more accurate picture of our unallocated. This money isn't like, I don't know, the outdoor groups still have to come to EBC and it still has to come to the Senate, like a normal unallocated funding request. It's just the money doesn't pull from unallocated, it pulls from this outdoor clubs line. Last year, we had a lot more requests for outdoor clubs for gear than we did this year, which is why the estimate, it's written in the financial policies that the VPFA shall estimate the cost based on the last 2 semesters. So I estimated $2,000 because we've only had a couple of requests. But I know for a fact that a club is coming in next week to request a large amount of gear. So I think keeping it in the annual budget is pertinent.
Any questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Same majority, that passes.
Okay, so now we are in pay to play. And some of them did change a little bit from what clubs had requested. So I am gonna pull them up. But I'll give a little background on pay to play first. So this was something that I had sort of worked on throughout the year, noticing that there was a bit of inequity with sports clubs who have to pay to use facilities, whether that be on the University of Maine campus or off, where other sports clubs do not have to pay to use facilities. Like I belong to the field hockey club and we get to use the field for free versus, let's say like figure skating has to pay $125 for an hour of practice. So the pay to play sort of like system is meant in my eyes, you know, up to Senate, obviously, is meant in my eyes to like restore some of that equity between sports clubs, who have to pay to use humane facilities. This policy hasn't been formally written into the financial policies. That's something I plan on working with VP Tripp about, definitely to at least propose some policy before I retire student government. We decided to put it in the annual budget this year, so clubs didn't have to request it over time. So, we'll just go line by line for these once again. And the first one is alpine ski. Like they mentioned, it's hard for them to practice. It's also very expensive. So they're asking for $1,000 to do 5 tour rentals, which is $200 per day.
Are there any questions about that? Any discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Aye.
Okay, the next pay to play request is from figure skating, which I is in this document. Okay, so I can like shed some light on this too. So basically, pay to play for figure skating, they asked for 66 practices, which is at $120-ish an hour. Which came out to $7,920, which is 3 ices a week for 22 weeks. So they don't practice all 15 or 16 weeks. They sort of like, obviously you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they sort of like do it in the middle. Like last couple of weeks of the semester, they don't practice. The first couple of weeks, yeah, you don't practice. So 3 hours of practice a week at the Alpine. EBC elected to table the special events line, which includes for figure skating, there are like showcases that they do as like sort of a special event at the end of the semester to showcase the work that they've done. But yeah, someone on EBC can speak more on that if they wish when we get to discussion.
Perfect. Do we have any questions about this? Yep, Senator Oldfield.
So what will happen to the request, is this been tabled? Yeah, good question. So tabling something just means that it sort of like goes to the ether, until someone elects to bring it back. So whoever is the, figure skating club president or treasurer next year, I will obviously I've already informed them of this. But they would just say, hey, like, I want to bring back the part of the request that was tabled. Can I come to EBC again? It is up to the club to do it and not like UMSG to do it. If we wanted UMSG to do it, you would just table it to like a specific date. But tabling it indefinitely means it's the club's responsibility to take the ownership and say like, hey, I want to come back to EBC and have this be considered. So basically it just goes to the wayside until someone comes and picks it back up again.
Just to add to that, I don't know if you said that they couldn't, but a UMSG individual could also bring this back if they so chose. I don't know if I might have just blanked out. Great. Any other questions? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Passes.
Okay, the next one is for men's ice hockey, which I don't think was in this document. It was literally the next one, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so the men's ice hockey club did something, or EBC did something similar to what they did with figure skating. The men's ice hockey team is requesting 63 ices a week. Excuse me. Which equates out to $7,875, which is just about the same as figure skating. They want 3 hours of practice a week. And then EBC chose to table the home game ice time fees, which are meant for home games. And EBC talked about like this being like a special event as opposed to practice.
Any questions? Yes, Senator Waters.
So just when I could make a motion to untable, the home game ice fee.
During debate, this is the time you're gonna ask why that happened.
Sorry.
Senator Oldfield.
You said 60 ices a week, did you mean for the year semester? I meant 63 and for the year, so. You might have said 63, but I did hear weeks, so I just wanted. Yeah, definitely not for the week.
Great. Any other questions? Discussion? All right, debate. We'll do, because I kind of know what we're looking, start with Senator Kemper.
I just wanted to clarify that as a member of EBC, the reason that we took all of these, and we took all of them from all the sports clubs that requested pay to play that included game time or special events. We took all of the stuff that is under game time or special events and tabled it because A, we felt that that's not what pay to play is about, and B, we also didn't tell the clubs that that's not what pay to play was about. So because this process is sort of ongoing and it's new, we haven't been 100% sure about how we really want to handle everything. And so we also haven't had the ability to fully communicate those decisions to the clubs before they put in their budget for the year. So we felt that the best solution was to table them so that they could certainly come back, but that we wouldn't have to make those decisions right now.
Any other points for debate? Senator Waters.
So now, I motion to untable and bring back the home game.
Don't do it that way.
No.
Do it the allocation way. Don't untable it. Do the, do it that way.
Okay,
Untabling it would be a whole worm and I'm saving us a lot of time.
Okay, I motion to allocate $1,000 to, pay to play for men's ice hockey. Second.
If that's the pleasure of the Senate, we will now enter a period for discussion on the amendment. Debate. Senator Bone.
Kind of echoing what was said before, so EBC debated a lot on pay to play. About whether it was pay to play, pay to practice, and the best way to implement a system for how many practices, how many hours, how much money we can allocate. And we figured that we didn't have enough time to do it in the 2 weeks before the budget meeting. We felt like it would be better to work on it and come up with a concrete system for exactly what we could pay. In the weeks that came afterwards and coming into next semester before everything was needed. Because of that, I'd be against this amendment. I feel like we still need time to create the system and work on that as a whole. And I feel like if we're doing it for this, we really should have done it for the previous one too, and we did not.
Yeah, just a point of privilege, those conversations need to be held in polypro, not just in EBC.
Senator Thompson, I want to echo this pay to play conversation is such a huge thing. Trying to handle it at all right now is just probably not something we want to get into, because this has to go through EBC and polypro, and changing the allocations opens a bigger conversation that is just not for tonight.
Senator Waters.
Tennis and women's ice hockey came to me before the meeting and said that they were very frustrated with this decision from EBC and that it made it hard for them to plan for their next year. Because when they host home games, that doesn't just impact them, that also impacts the other teams that would come here to play a home game. And I think that isn't really fair to those organizations for us to take our time on this because it's convenient to us.
Point of privilege, no sports clubs have had any sort of pay to play until this year. So they functioned without it before. Senator Oldfield.
I was going to echo what Ian said and the fact that this is the first year that we've offered pay to play, and because we haven't ironed things out, I don't feel like it would be responsible of us in our budget to start allocating things when there's clearly a divide on what is pay to play, and neither of those things have gone through EBC or Polypro. And this is also men's ice hockey, not women's ice hockey that you allocated. And if we're allocating funds for ice hockey to play their games, I don't think it would make sense to not have done the same for figure skating. And I don't think that we're in a position to make those allocations when nothing has gone through policy and procedure reviews.
New points. Representative DeMarchand.
Yeah, just, excuse me, I don't know if this is a good point, but I'll just keep it quick. First off, the fact that it's men's hockey, if we give that money to them, there's also be other, like, work from other sport organizations, so that's something we must bear in mind. And also with, members from EBC mentioning how this has to polypro, EBC, if this is gonna be a very large conversation, it's gonna be complicated. And I think if we're gonna be doing this, we should do it right and not just simply do it now and then hope for the best.
So, Senator Ricker.
Okay, so you know, it's two like club leaders who may be hoping for this sort of money for pay to play. Are these conversations going to happen about pay to play that happen only next academic year or at the end of this academic year? Or does that kind of shift out of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I plan on introducing a policy before the Senate adjourns for the summer.
Any other points for debate on the amendment? Senator Warren.
I do think that after hearing about UMSG and Polypro needing to kind of go through this more, make sure that it's all ironed out, it would probably be in the best interest to let this one go for its hearings and revisit it later. I think in the future, obviously this is the first year we've had pay to play. I'm not like casting aspersions of any sort. I think it would be nice if we could try to kind of get this settled before budget meetings, but I understand where that obviously was probably a huge hurdle this year. And yeah, I just think that they shouldn't have to pay to like practice, but that's just.
New points, Representative Friend.
So I will say that I do understand the desire to do this the right way, and I'm fully on board with that. I would just recommend a sense of pace, similar to what Senator Warren and Senator Waters have mentioned. This was a point of frustration for these individuals.
Senator Muzzle. To move the previous question. All those in favor of moving to previous? All those opposed? All those abstaining? All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those abstaining? All right, we are back to considering, I don't even remember, men's ice hockey, pay to play, as is.
Yep, so that, just to reiterate, 7875 for practice.
Great. Any more points for debate on this? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Moving on.
Thank you. Y'all are the best.
Good evening. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for taking so long.
Okay. Women's club ice hockey pay to play, very similar to the last one. They do practice significantly less than the men's team, which is something that I asked Dale Russell about, who is in charge of club sports on like the rec center side. And he said that the men's team is a little bit more competitive, thus like needing to practice a bit more, and that this is what women's ice hockey wanted, which was an hour or 2 hours a week, most weeks, sort of similar to figure skating where they don't practice, they remove like the bookends of each semester.
Great. Do we have any questions about this? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Moving on.
Okay, we're gonna do tennis first, which is going in order. Because I don't think I copied this before. Everyone loved my laptop background. Which is similar. Very cool. It's from Pinterest. Okay, sorry about that. So tennis, she spoke on this earlier, but basically the tennis club gets a pretty hefty discount from some of their members working there, and also ATC, which is the facility that they train at, offers them like a discount on top of that. So it's $3,500 for 4 practices a week, usually 3 times a week. For the weeks that they're inside, which is usually around October to April. And then UBC had tabled the $500 for the home match.
Great. Any questions on that? Discussion? Debate? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining?
Okay, and then the last pay to play request, which I didn't copy, and I apologize for that, is pickleball. They are a tier 4, I believe, so their budget isn't covered by us, it's covered by Campus Rec. But they did submit, excuse me, a pay to play request, which was it was originally for $3,000, $1,500 for practice, which is $50 for 30 practices, same as tennis, sort of like the cold months of the year. And then EBC cut 10 open play passes per week for 15 weeks. As I understood it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, these open play passes were intended to be for members who just wanted to go to the tennis or the pickleball court, excuse me, and practice against other people to get some like extra reps in, but these other people that they'd be practicing against weren't necessarily members of the club. So EBC cut that.
Questions? Discussion? Debate? Senator Ricker?
Yeah, the amount of what's paid to play is more than the actual budget they get for year of campus flights, right?
I don't know that for sure, but it's definitely comparable.
Any other questions or sorry, debates? Am I on debate? We're on debate. Whether you like it or not. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Perfect.
Okay, so we're almost done. Yay. So now what we're going to do is I'm just gonna give a quick presentation of the revenue. And then we will go into executive session to do our administrative salaries. Very quickly, that'll take like just a couple of minutes, then we'll exit executive session, and then we will vote on the annual budget as a single non-divisible resolution. So we're almost there. So the revenue, the numbers were obtained from the office of, I don't know technically what their office is called, but the person who does enrollment. And we get these numbers every year. These numbers are predicted, like undergrads who are going to enroll, for the fall, they're predicting 77,719 undergrads to be taking at least 6 credits, which is the amount of credits that you have to, or you have to pay the activity fee if you take 6 credits and over. And then spring, they're projecting 7,254 students. And the way that the previous VPFAs, I did it last year, and the people that Pam have worked with do it, is they do our projected enrollment times the activity fee minus or like $500, and it's almost always directly on the nose. And these numbers will become like official on May 1st, which is when office, I'm gonna call it the office of enrollment, although I don't think that's the right term. Like has the official numbers for people who will be attending the University of Maine, in the fall. These numbers are, despite, rumblings from other part of the university, I believe this is more undergrads than we had enrolled in the fall and in this spring semester. So just food for thought.
I don't think that's true.
That's what the enrollment person said.
I know that right now at the University of Maine, from the numbers I've been provided, we have about 87 or 8,800 undergrads. But I don't know if all of them are taking more than 6 credits, which would be the numbers reflected here, like you said.
Yeah, and people who take all online classes also don't get a student activity.
Yeah, Representative.
We're in discussion, when did you get these numbers, I curiosity?
Last week. That's all.
We weren't really considering it.
Yeah, so and then in executive session, I'll do the unallocated figure because, but I already sort of mentioned it, but, because it has to do with other stuff that's in contracts. But yeah, and then this is the total of, rec boards, committees, community associations and rec boards, student entertainment, club allocations, which is, just mostly campus rec, and then office budgets, and then special allocations. And you can see what it was last year, what it came into EBC as, what it is now, and then the change, from last year to this year. So just food for thought. But that's all I have if we wanted to go into executive session.
Is there anything else anybody would like to do while we're in public session? Perhaps use a little blue slip to raise the enrollment numbers? Okay, I did go off, okay. I didn't know I was supposed to make that joke. Senator Oldfield.
This is hopefully someone knock on wood, not a concern we have to have, but what would happen if the projected undergraduate numbers go much lower than?
That would be crazy and very unfortunate. And B, I imagine that the Senate would have to like reconvene and redo the budget. And we'd have to be a lot more conservative, but in the time that I've been here and that Pam has been here, which is like 7 or 8 years, it's always like been pretty much on the money.
If nothing else, the clerk will now call the roll to enter executive session.